Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Alright everybody, I am the Shy Hat and this is HackerFrogs. Alright everybody, we've got we've got some new overlays for today's stream, and we're also going to be covering 4 topics as is usual over here. Let's talk about what we're going to be doing today. So, as usual, well, not as usual, but we're going to be starting our game out with our day out with some gaming. We're going to be doing a puzzle game. It's called The Witness, and it's one of, well, I hear it's one of the best puzzle games that's come out in the last decade or so, and I think it came out about 10 years ago as well. So that's some high praise. So the second topic of today, we're going to be doing some Linux labs, and this is going to be OverTheWire Bandit labs, level 29 plus. We're going to aim to finish off all of the Bandit labs over at OverTheWire today, and then we can turn them into YouTube videos. Wouldn't that be nice? Okay, Nixie says, yeah, I'm aware that it's advanced. I'm doing my best. Okay. And yeah, with time and practice, it's not impossible. So Nixie said that they want to become a red team operator. Red team operator is kind of an advanced role in cybersecurity, but I think if you try really hard and you do a lot of practice and study, I think you can get there. And yeah, so I mean, we're going to be doing a lot of Linux today. So Linux is one of those fundamentals when it comes to pen testing. Eventually, you'll want to move on to Windows pen testing stuff, because most pen testing these days is done in a Windows environment. But Linux is a good fundamental to learn as well. So what are we going to be doing for the third topic? For the third topic, we're going to be taking a look at the e.education platform over here. There's a virtual machine that they use for Linux privilege escalation called Nebula. We're going to be taking a look at that today, and that's going to be the third topic for the day. And for our challenge and fourth topic of the day, we're going to be covering the Docker Labs Elevator Challenge. So Docker Labs is one of our favorite sites for doing some Linux challenges, and you can find the site over at this link over here. So without further ado, let's go ahead and start the timer. We're going to be going on for about an hour or so doing our gaming topic, and we'll see what's up with that at the end of the 60 minutes. So we'll start the timer now, and we see that the timer is going. All right, so let's go ahead and start the game, and we'll spend the next 60 or so minutes doing the game, and then we'll move on to our Linux demo topic. Okay, so we're going to start a new game over here, and let us know if the music is too low or too high. If you can't hear the music, if you can't hear the sound effects, if you can't hear the game, then it's not going to be a very good game. But let's go ahead and move on over here. I think the game might be a little bit low. I'm going to adjust the volume on the game a little bit. Okay, Nixie asks, what do you think about 0-point security CRTO certification? Is it good? I think it is a good certification as far as I know, because I've done a bit of research on the CRTO and the Red Team Operator certification. I think it's something you definitely want to work up towards, and it's definitely not the first certification you're going to get. I think the first certification you should aim for if you want to go into red teaming and pen testing is probably the certification from Hack the Box or the one from Try Hack Me. So there's two of them over here. Let's see, Hack the Box. It's called the CP something, right? CPTS. Yeah, this one over here. So I'll just give this one over here, this link. And, oh, that's a bad looking link. Let me go ahead and get a nicer looking one. So this is the link over here. I definitely wouldn't. So I think that the certs from Hack the Box or Try Hack Me. So Try Hack Me has the PT1. This one over here. So I would definitely go for one of these two certifications first if you want to go down the path of network pen testing. Try Hack Me seems to be a bit slow today. Hold on. Okay, so here are the links, and let's get back to the game. All right. So we got a hallway over here, and let me see if I can pump up the volume just a little bit more. So at any time, if you think that the game is too loud, let me know. Okay. So why are we playing The Witness? Well, The Witness is one of these puzzle games that everybody says is really good, and I really want to get better at playing these puzzle games because, well, they'll help me think. And what I really want to do is I want to become better at some outside the box thinking, and hopefully playing some puzzle games will help me do that. Okay, so as far as I know, what you need to do is you need to solve a bunch of puzzles to get access to different areas of this map over here. This game came out. Thank you, Nixie CS. Thank you for redeeming the Budweiser frogs. So for each one of these puzzles, you need to, apparently, these are all just kind of mazes. So I guess what you need to do is find a way through the maze. It doesn't seem to be super difficult right now, but eventually they'll get a little bit harder. Okay, so let's just wander around and see if we can start solving some of these puzzles. Here's another puzzle. So we need to get to where? To the outside. So I guess we need to go over here. That's odd. Okay, so we'll take this path. Okay, done. Alright, and let's just walk on through. Here's another one. Oh, this one looks a little bit tougher. Okay, what's going on here? So we need to get to... Where's the exit? Okay, so here's the exit over here in the corner. So we need to make our way... Okay, so it seems pretty straightforward. We just need to go over here and then to the exit. Okay, great. Alright. Let's keep on going. So the good thing about this is that we can run as well. Okay, we've got a bunch of... Oh, this is the gate we need to open. Alright, so the good thing is that we can see the wires, the cables that go to the other puzzles that we can solve. So here's another one. Oh, this one looks a little bit tougher. So the best way to solve a maze is to work backwards. So this is the goal right here, and it looks like we can get there from here. So this is going to be our start point. Whoops. Okay, and then here, and then to the exit. Okay, great. Okay, so I think there was one more cable we need to follow here. So here's the cable here. And it looks like it goes over that wall. So we'll make our way... We'll make our way over here. And... Okay, let's solve the puzzle. So our exit is here. We need to make our way back to the corner here. So, like usual, we're going to solve it by going backwards. So from the exit... Okay, this seems pretty easy. So just up here, and then down, and then over, and then done. Okay. And there's another cable over here that we need to follow. That one's going over the wall. So I'm guessing that we need to go down here. Didn't we come from down here? Yeah, we came from down here. So this can't be it. Alright, let's go back. So, where does that cable lead? We see another cable here. Yeah, this one goes back to the gate here. What is over that wall? Oh, here. Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, didn't we solve this already? Oh, there are two exits here. Okay, we also need to get to this exit here in the corner. Alright, so how do we get up here? Ah, okay. So we'll also go up here, retrace the steps. And, alright, so we should... I'm a little confused. So, how are we supposed to solve... How are we supposed to activate both of these at the same time? Anyways, okay, let's keep on moving. It's a fun-looking couch. Okay, we've got access to this gate now. So we can solve this puzzle and then move on through. Okay, so we need to start here and then get to the exit. Okay, and nothing else? Okay, I guess we just go on through. Hope there aren't any monsters out here. So if anybody's wondering, we're playing The Witness right now. It's supposed to be, it's a very, very highly... Nixie says, are you familiar with the Pen 200 course? The Pen 200 course. Can you remind me who does that course? Is that CompTIA, or is that another organization? Oh, it's OSCP. Okay, so you're talking about and Hex Shadow. Hey, nice to see you here. So yeah, OffSec. So we're talking about, so Pen 200 is basically OSCP, right? OSCP, Kali Linux, that kind of stuff. What are these puzzles? Here we go. Oh, there's pink trees over there. The Pen 200 course, I think that's tough because a lot of hiring managers still take the OSCP very seriously, but in terms of content, the CPTS and probably the Pentester 1 from Try Hack Me are going to have better. They're going to have better materials than the OSCP materials. But yeah, I mean the problem with the with OSCP Plus is that it's expensive. You said there that it's about $1,700, and that's kind of something you want your your employer to pay for. You want somebody else to pay for that because it's kind of steep for people who are just trying to get into the industry. But it is a very widely IMAX operator. Hello, nice to see you here. Are you communicating with some sort of programming language? So what's going on with this puzzle here? So do I just flip the switch? Oh, are we trying to get from... Okay. And then are we supposed to solve a series of these puzzles? Okay, let's go on to the next one. So we need to start here. Oh. That doesn't work. Okay. So does it not work because... I'm trying to understand the logic here. So is it because we pass... How about this one? So I'm not sure what the logic is here. So we need to pass between the black and the white, and that's the only way that, okay, so let's try the third one. So the third one, we've got Hex Shadow says, better to have CPTS if you want to learn, and for the job you can go for OSCP as it's more recognized by HR, but it's changing and will change, hope so. So Hex Shadow, I think that's tough because the trends, they happen very slowly. I would like to see the CPTS become more recognized because it's a better certification than the OSCP. Well, as far as like materials are concerned, anyways. But these trends tend to change pretty slowly. Okay, so we have to pass between the black and the white. Yeah. So if there's a black and a white one, we need to pass between them to get to the exit. Okay. So here, we just need to pass between the black and the white one, and then get to the exit. No? Okay. So we pass between the black and the white one to get the exit. Oh, we need to pass between both of these. Okay. So pass between the black and the white one here, and then pass between the black and the white one here, and then get to the exit. Okay, cool. Okay, so okay. So we need to pass the black and the white, and then pass the black and the white, and then pass the black and the white, and then get to the exit. Okay, cool. Alright. Now I'm starting to understand why this is considered to be a really good puzzle game. So, we need to get to the exit here. Pass between the black and the white. Pass between the black and the white. Pass between the black and the white, and then go up, and then over, and then go to the exit. Oh, we can't do this. We can't cross paths. Alright. Okay, so... pass between the black and the white, pass between the black and the white. This doesn't work though. Okay, so how do we do it so that it covers all of them? HackerShadow says go extreme right from bottom line, and then trace backwards. So extreme right from bottom line and then trace backwards. So like here and then here. Oh, you're right. Yeah, so you make this, so you cross all of them here. HackerShadow, have you played this before? Not that playing it before is a bad thing. It's just wondering if you played this before or not. Okay, let's move on to the next one. First time, no problem. I like introducing new people to good games. Okay, so there's one here, there's one here, there's one here, one here, and there's one here, and there's another one. Okay. So is it start here, and then to here, and then like this? Oh, what am I missing? Okay. So pass between here, then pass between here. Oh, I have to pass between these two as well. So this needs to be... Hold on. Okay. And we need to do this one too. Here. And then here, and then there. Is this it? Huh. Combo Master says top right, top right, top right, top right, top right, bottom right, bottom right. When you say top right, you mean top right, top right. We need to pass here. We need to pass here. We need to pass here. We need to pass... Okay, is that it? Why doesn't this... Oh, because I need to cross on this side as well. Okay. So we need to cross on this side. And we also need to cross on this side, and then on this side, this side, I'm not too sure how we get both these angles done. Okay, maybe like this? Am I missing anything? Okay, thank you very much for following Adonis Tarcio. Adonis Tarcio or Adonis Tarcio? Let me know how to pronounce your name. Thank you very much. And you know what? Let's give you a fun little Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and
Okay, IMAX operator says the last one is left, then up, and then finish. So what are we doing here? So IMAX operator has a little so up, right, what? Up, right, down, right, down, right, top, top, top. Well, I mean, could it be like this? Tarcio. Okay, great, great, great. Thank you very much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Thank you very much, Adonis Tarcio. Okay, so we managed to do, let's see. So this one was crossed, and this one needs to be crossed on two, needs to be crossed here and then there. Oh, because this white intercepts on 3. So 1, 2, 3 of these black squares, and then this one needs to be intercepted here. And then this needs to be done on 2. Yeah, okay. Let's move on. Okay, there's... Okay, let's do this next one. Alright, what's going on here? So... this... HackShadow says, this becomes simple if we treat them as if we have to divide black and white. Oh, we need to divide, so everything needs to be, so the black squares and the white squares need to be separated from each other? Oh, okay, okay. I mean, that makes more sense, yeah. So we just need to move through. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for appreciating the videos on YouTube. Yeah, I'm here to teach people about hacking stuff. Okay, so we need to go like. So we need to divide like. How do we get this one? Because this needs to be completely. So this needs to get, and then this. And the tough part is like. Yeah, I mean, this isn't gonna work. Yeah, I mean, anytime you're talking about colors, people can misunderstand. Okay, we've got an ad running on YouTube right now. Sorry, on Twitch. So we'll also run an ad on YouTube, and let's go ahead and put on some birds, because we don't like to do anything in the game or on the stream when we've got ads running right now. But anyways, enjoy the birds. We're just going to take a little water break for the next minute or so. If you need to get up and stretch or use the washroom or have a drink, now's the time to do so. So to anybody that doesn't know, this is a northern flicker woodpecker. It is a very common woodpecker in North America, and you usually see it in wooded areas. They enjoy eating ants, and the great thing about these guys is that they've got this little they have a mustache. Well, the males do anyways. And the mustache is either going to be this red color or black color in some of these woodpeckers. Heckshadow says, are these your home recorded videos? Yeah, so this is my bird feeder over here in the backyard. And yeah, the birds come, they eat peanuts and seeds and stuff, and it's a lot of fun. Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the gaming. Okay, so we need to... So Cobblemaster, I think Cobblemaster had a solution. So right, up. And I want something like this. We'll make it one of these days. So I mean, if you've got the space in your backyard, it's pretty easy. It's a pretty easy thing to set up. You just need to make sure that you've got enough peanuts and stuff for the birds to eat. So right, up, left is Cobblemaster's suggestion here. Right, up, left, up, left, up, right, down. So this isolates these white squares here, and then for this, you need to go like this, right? This isolates this white square from the rest of the black squares. Okay. Okay, so last one. Let's check it out. Okay. Let's give it a go. So from here, just go up here and then isolate that white square and then isolate these white squares and then down. Wait, we still have one. Okay, I think this gets the job done. Wait. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, the problem is like this? No. Yeah, that doesn't work either. Okay, so we need to make sure the first attempt looked like it would have worked. Really? I saw some problems with it. Okay, so like this. This doesn't work because, yeah, we need to make sure that the colors don't touch each other. So SkySocket asks, what's the goal? So the goal is to create a line so that the white squares and the black squares don't share any area with each other. So we need to separate the colored lines. Create an area where, oh, you know what? This might work. Yeah, this works. This works right here. So all the white squares are in one area and separated from the other squares. Awesome, cool. What's the goal of the challenge, please? 1001 Agency. Hello, nice to see you here. And yeah, so we just need to make a line so that all of the colors don't mix with each other, and please don't read into that any more than needs to be done. Okay, that's done. So I solved all these puzzles. Now what? What does that even do? So yeah, in the first one, we draw a straight line to separate the white and the black. And here we do the same thing. Here we create a line to separate the black squares from the white squares. Same thing with this one. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool puzzle design. That was a side quest. Great, great, great. Let's see. I'm the lucky face here. It solved after my question. Okay, let's... where do we go from here? There's this big open wilderness. Where do we come from? So we came from over here. And we just need to find the puzzles from now on. So it looks like there's a puzzle here. Okay, so what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to just get to the goal? No. I wonder what the goal is here. Do we have to touch each one of these? Okay, if that's the case, touch this one, and then touch this one, and then get to the goal. Okay, cool. So, for these challenges, we need to touch each one of these black squares, or these hexagons here, before we can get to the exit. So the exit's here. Touch that one, touch these ones. Touch this one, touch this one, this one, this one, that one, then get to the exit. Okay. This one is... Go up, go over, go down. Okay. Go here. And then... Huh. Up, and then down, and then over. Yeah, okay, okay. So this time we have to go this way. Great. Great, great, great. Okay, cool. Next. Where do we start? Oh, we start in either one of these two places. 1001 Agency says, I played a game like this before as gameplay mechanics and graphics are familiar to my memory. I think this game was everybody really liked this game, and it spawned a bunch of clones. So a bunch of people tried to copy this, and that's probably why you've seen it before. So I think we start here, and then... Okay, that's not going to work. So I guess we have to start at the other place. So we start here. And then... Up, over, down. Okay, okay. That was not so hard. And then... This is the last one, so it should be it should be kind of tough. How about we start in the corner, then we go down, and then yeah, this isn't so hard. All right. So was this just a side quest? Do we not get anything from this? All right, I guess we can move on. It's kind of like the Nokia phone, right? So do we just wander around, or is there somewhere we're supposed to go? I guess I'll just wander this way. It's interesting how they don't have a real set order. You can just kind of do whatever challenge you want to, if you can find it on the map. The problem is, after a while, I'm going to start getting lost. Is there anything in here? I always bite myself in that after 20 or 30 points. Points? Oh, are you talking about the Snake game? The Nokia phone. Okay, is there something we're supposed to activate here? I guess we can't go here. Alright. Alright, we've got... What is this? Why... Why is it not working? Okay, what's the logic here? Okay. I mean, are we just supposed to trace a pattern or something? If you think you know what the logic is supposed to be, let us know in the chat, because I'm not really too sure what the heck is going on. I can only guess. Try to look around for some sort of shape. Yeah, maybe we're supposed to look for a specific... We're supposed to make a specific shape. Okay, let's get out of here then. And this is tied by these wires, the cables, to here. And there's also another wire that is going over... Where is this going? It's going to here. You don't have the piece of critical information to solve this puzzle. Come back later. Thank you very much for letting me know, Rainy2230, because I certainly don't want to be stuck somewhere if it's something I need to come back to later. Okay, what else do we have? I see some other puzzles. Are we supposed to solve this? Start here. Are we separating the shapes again? No. Okay, so we got these pink stars. And we've got these Tetris blocks over here. We need to get to the end. But I'm not too sure what the rule is for this puzzle. Okay. Do we... I don't know what the logic is there. I guess maybe these are more advanced puzzles that we shouldn't be tackling right now. I'm not sure. Combine each yellow with another pink. Okay. Yeah, we can give that a try. So we combine the yellow with a pink. So these are together. These two are together. These are together. But it kind of falls apart after this. So these are together. So are there an equal number? There's not an equal number of yellows and pinks, though. There's an extra pink one. Okay, so pink, yellow, 6, 5. 6, 5, yeah, that's true. Hold on. So pink, so these two go together, these two go... I mean, if we just do it like this... then that doesn't let me get to the exit. Nope. Start from the middle. So Game Boy says start from the middle. So do we start here and then... Well, we can't cross. We can't isolate. I mean, we don't even know what the real objective is here. So here... Okay. I mean, how could we start from the middle? Hey, Pop, you really need to stop with the name calling? 'Cause, yeah, that's not it. So, I mean, if we have to combine the yellow, so the yellow ones have to go with the pink ones. So here, that's one. Or is it pass yellow? Is it pink, yellow, and then pink, yellow, and then yellow, pink, I have no idea what this is supposed to be. Okay, so Hex Shadow says extreme up, right, extreme down. I'll give it a shot. Up all the way, and then right, and then down all the way, and then right, and then up all the way, and then right, right, down, left, and then down all the way, and then right. Okay, so what does, I mean, if it works. Aqua, hello, nice to see you here. It's 4 a.m. here. You must be in Europe. You must be in Europe. I'm not in Europe. I'm in North America, and it's almost 4 o'clock p.m. here. So you must be like 12 hours ahead, or something. But yeah. So I mean, okay. So there's a pink with there's a yellow with a pink, a yellow with a pink, two yellows with two pinks, a yellow with a pink, and a pink on its own. So that doesn't work. Huh. Alright, yellow, pink. Yellow, pink. I guess they don't want... This is two yellows and two pinks. This is yellow with a pink. Game Boy says, here it's 1:47. Is it the afternoon or at night for you, Game Boy? I think I know where you are. Asia where? We're not in Asia. Oh, Sri Lanka. Okay, okay. Sri Lanka, all I know about Sri Lanka is that it's got really good food. There were some Sri Lankan restaurants. When I used to go to some Sri Lankan restaurants, and I remember the food was really good. Okay, so I mean, the problem here is that there's one pink one that's by itself. Yellow with pink. Yellow with pink. Yellow with one yellow with one pink. One yellow with one. Well, the problem here is that there's yeah, okay, that doesn't work. Maybe we can group two pink with a yellow. I mean, does that work with the rules? Two pink with a yellow. So one yellow with two pink. I mean, I don't know if this is going to work or not. No, it doesn't work. Okay. So benzynyl fuga. If you see something in a puzzle that makes no sense, it's trying to teach you something, or it's trying to tell you that you still do not know something. I mean, I'm not too sure what this case is, if it's trying to teach me something, or if it's trying to say that there's some missing information. So, I mean, if we just want to isolate all of the pinks from all of the yellows, this is how you do it? No, that's not how you do it? Okay. We don't know the rules here yet. Time to use cheat engine. Yeah. Separates the magenta dots into proper regions with pairs. Separate the magenta dots into proper regions with pairs. I mean, we can get them paired off up to this point. Actually, wait, maybe we can do it like this. No. Alright, maybe we'll step away from this puzzle. We'll come back to it later. The thing is that with each of these puzzles, there's usually like a simpler version. Oh, you know what? Maybe we can try this one. Okay, so there's a three block Tetris right here. Are we supposed to surround it? Okay. So we're supposed to cover 3 of the corners, I think. So we got 3 of the dots, and then we go to no. Okay, maybe like this. I mean, we need to make a shape around this, right? Oh, maybe we need to make something that looks like this, so that it looks like the shape inside the square? No, that's not it. Okay. I'm sure we'll kick ourselves when we actually understand what this is trying to ask us to do. Okay, so maybe we need to make the entire shape? No. So why is the shape like this? Why is it this this Tetris looking block? We can make something that looks like this. We can make something that looks like that. We can I'm sure this will yeah. I don't know. So we need to include this. Maybe we can't be around a box with this shape. Hex Shadow says, maybe we can't be around a box with this shape. So we can't make the shape, or we have to make the shape. So if we have to make the shape, it means that we would make a box shape that kind of looks like this. No. Do we need to make the shape? I mean, if we can make the shape, how are we supposed to get to the exit? Okay. Another hint, there's a place full of puzzles that you can solve without prior knowledge. If you want, I can lead you there. Are we supposed to have prior knowledge to do this puzzle? Okay, let's get back. So it looks like we might have wandered into some place we weren't supposed to be yet. Can't even understand the logic of this game. Well, I mean, I'm sure when we do figure it out. Okay, so Ben I'll just call you Ben. If you want to lead me to the place where there's some puzzles we can solve without prior knowledge, just let me know what the landscape looks like. Is it this one with the pink trees, or is it something else? Cyberner Dante, I think I remember Pirate Software playing this game. Okay. Well, I mean, I didn't watch Pirate Software playing this game. But we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so I won't be solving any puzzles while the ads are going on. But this looks like a puzzle that we need to do prior knowledge to do, because I have no idea which one we're supposed to be accessing here. But, let's see. The one with the red apple. Red apple? Look at the tree. Oh! Are we supposed to figure out... Oh, that's... actually, that's kind of clever. That's kind of clever. We need to take a look at our surroundings. So the one with the red apple is the, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And I mean, is it the same here? We see one with a red apple. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 7 from the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 from the left. Huh. Okay. Well, I mean, it's nice to know the logic. And here it's... Where's the apple? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 from the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 from the left. Wait. What happened? Did it undo my progress because I put in the wrong thing? So this is correct. Wait. Okay, let's follow the other thread. This leads to a locked gate. Can't manipulate this. This just leads over to here. Did I miss any of the puzzles in here? Don't eat the apple, it's the serpent trying to deceive you. Okay. So this just leads into here. When I solved the puzzle here, it seemed to short circuit or something. Okay, so which branch is this? So this is from the right. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 5 from the right. Okay, let's go back into here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh. Why is this turning off? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. No. Just repeat the same path of the correct one. The same path of the correct one. So that means it's 1, 2, 3, 4 from the right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that turns on. And then here it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 from the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. What were we doing? Kian Yamamoto. Hello, nice to see you here. Whenever we do wrong, we have to do the last one again. Oh, is that it? Okay. So here it is. Well, I know our time is up, but let me see if I can solve this series of challenges here first. Okay, so this is where do we count from? So we count from the perspective where this is the big one to the left. Left, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It should be number 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It should be this one. Yeah. Okay. And is there one more? Oh, now we've got access to this area. Okay. Alright, so everybody, we're gonna stop. We're gonna stop now, because we need to get on to our next topic. So, but you know what? This was a lot of fun. We'll probably be coming back to this game later, probably next week, and we'll solve some more puzzles. But in the meantime, let's get out of the game, and let's move on to the next topic. So each stream we do 4 topics. We're going to be starting our second topic now, and the second topic is we're going to be doing some Linux security challenges. Let's do some hacking, yeah. So we're going to be looking at the Bandit Labs, and if you're interested in doing these yourself, then this is the link you want to go to. Alright, so let's go ahead and set that up. So I need to do my fancy overlay stuff. So this topic is going to be OverTheWire Bandit, Linux security challenges. The next topic after this is going to be Linux privilege escalation with the E-Labs, or the E.education. And let's go ahead and start the timer. We should be doing about an hour on this. Okay, let's start. Oh, this was not, hold on, sorry everybody, this was not the link we were supposed to be looking at. So OverTheWire.org is a website with a bunch of different cybersecurity war games where you can learn about different security concepts. So this is the one we're going to be doing right now. It's called Bandit, and it discusses a lot of Linux stuff. So if you want to take part yourself, you can always use a JS Linux, well, a machine like JS Linux over here, which is a web available version of Linux. You can connect to different network services. It's if you don't have your own Linux distribution, or sorry, your own Linux machine, you can always use this one. And here's the link. So just to show everybody that we can do it with this web version of Linux, I'm going to be using this to solve the challenges today. HeckShadow says, can we do competitive what challenges? Competitive challenges, it would be fun. We could all be doing something, competing with each other in a friendly way. So, I mean, I'm not too sure what you're referring to, HeckShadow. If you could elaborate a little bit, it would help me out. Thank you. Anyways, let me put on some music and then we can get started. How about some moody space music? I'm all about that stuff. Okay, 1001 Agency says, you encouraged me to install Linux, Kali, and start these things. I chose the complete version that has all the tools. I mean, that's probably the best way to do it, because installing the tools can sometimes get in the way of your education. So, I mean, that sounds like a good move. All right, so here we've got our web version of Linux. We're going to be starting in with Okay, so here we're going to be doing, I think it's level 29 to start today's challenge is. It's also 13 gigabytes. Mohammed, hello, nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. You know, here, how about a new redeem? I added this just today. So if you recognize that meme, you are probably super old. Anyways, yeah. So we're gonna start with Bandit level 29. I'm pretty sure that's the one we left off at. If you want to take a look at the write-ups that I did for each one of these levels, you can access it from this link over here. And let's take a look at what we're dealing with here in this level. So if you want to join in with us, these are the credentials you're going to be using with SSH. So it's Bandit29, and this is the password. Okay, so everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Bandit29 challenge from OverTheWire.org. So let's go ahead and get started. We're going to paste in, well, this is the password, right? Okay, so we're going to SSH into the server. So it's going to be SSH bandit29 at bandit.labs.overthewire.org on port 2220. Heckshow says, did I see your previous message? Yeah, I saw your previous message. Like I'm saying, if we're all doing Bandit, we would all do Bandit, and the one who does it first until a particular level predefined will win, and the same for any other things. I mean, the problem here is that we need to find a challenge. We need to find some cybersecurity challenges that none of us have seen before. But yeah, I think that could be pretty fun to do as like a community thing. Actually, we could do it with the exploit education challenge that we're going to be doing later today. Let me point you at it right now. So it's going to be Nebula exploit education. Yeah. So if you want to do this one with us, then you need to download the virtual machine and then deploy it to your virtual machine network. We're going to be talking about this in the next hour, not this hour, but the next one. And you could solve these along with us if that's what you wanted to do. It could be kind of like a competitive thing. Gameboy says, did I hear about the new sudo? I didn't hear about the new sudo hack. Is there a new one? Let me look it up really quick. Okay, let's look at the news. Oh, sudo vulnerability discovered may expose Linux systems. Huh. Well, everybody, if you're interested in taking a look at this news article, this is it right here. Rendering using CDS. Oh, really? You're watching on a 3DS? Awesome. That sounds pretty cool. But I'm pretty sure. Well, I mean, we're not going to be talking about this today. But thank you very much for bringing that to my attention, Game Boy. Thank you. Okay, let's get going. Okay, we need to. Let me get the password for this. Okay, do you want to continue connecting? The answer is yes. We need to paste in our password. Oh, connection closed. We need to do it again. Okay, let's paste in our password. All right, so we're in now. So what do we need to do on this level? So each one of these levels has a goal in mind. So we're going from level 29 to level 30. And it says that there's a Git repository at this particular location on SSH, we need to download the deposit. We need to access the repository and then clone it, and then we need to solve the level. So what do we need to do first? So the first thing we need to do is we need to clone the repository and find the password for the next level. So this is the command we're going to be using to clone the repository. So before we do this, I need to create an environment for us to work inside of. So I'm just going to make a directory. It's going to be called bandit29 git, and we'll make this inside the temp directory. So temp directory ... bandit29 git, and then we'll move into that directory. So after we've done this, we're now in a directory that we can write to. So we're just going to give the command here, and what this is going to do is it's going to clone the repository at this SSH location. It's going to ask us to log in as this user, and the user has the same password as the That's... Oh, you know what? Hold on, I'm sorry everybody. I copied the wrong command. This is the command for the Bandit28 user. It should be the one for the Bandit29 user. Let me fix my mistake. Yeah, okay. Can't believe I made this mistake. So it's the same command, only we need to access Bandit29 instead of 28. Okay. Let's commit those changes. Then we can continue. Okay, we'll go back. And then we will paste in our command. Okay. So we need to provide the password for Bandit29. And the password for the Git account is the same one for the level here. So it's going to be this one right here. Paste in the password. And then it's going to clone the repository. After the repository is cloned, you're just going to see this directory called repo in here. We're going to enter the repo, and then we see we've got a README file. So usually in these levels, what you need to do is you need to get access to the password that's in the README file. So if you just try to read it by using the cat command, it's going to say username bandit30 and password no passwords in production. So obviously it's somewhere in the Git repository. We need to discover what the password is. So let's talk about what's happening in the level. Okay, so in this level of the game, we're looking at Git branches today. So this level in Bandit covers Git software features. Git is a distributed version control system that tracks versions of files. It is used by programmers to help develop software collaboratively. Git branches are copies of a specified commit, which allows different versions of the commit to be modified without affecting the main code base. So Game Boy has a suggestion, git branch -a. Yeah, we could, well, let's talk about that in a little bit. So if we use the git branch command by itself, it will show us the current branch that we're using. The master branch is the default branch. Neems, nice to see you here. And we're just doing some demonstrations for OverTheWire Bandit. Hello, and here's a Nyan Cat. Welcome to the stream. Oh. Too many E's in redeem. Okay, so so the master branch is the default branch inside of Git. If we type in git branch, it'll show us which branch we're using. So let's go back. Let's type in git branch. It shows us we're using the master branch, but this doesn't tell us what other branches are present on the system, so we need to figure that out. So if we use the git branch command with the A flag, all of the branches in the repo will be displayed. So git branch -A, and then we can see all of the other branches. Git branch -A, and in addition to the master branch, we have the remotes origin head, remotes origin dev, remotes origin master, and remotes origin exploits dev. Lackey asks, what AI do you think is the most helpful for hacking? I think any one of the AIs is going to be helpful for hacking, but if you want to not have to type in over and over again that you're doing this as a CTF exercise, or that you're doing this for educational purposes only, usually DeepSeek gives you the least amount of grief when you're trying to ask for hacking stuff. But I've actually noticed these days that DeepSeek is beginning to give you a bit of pushback when you ask for hacking stuff. So for example, I want to write some shellcode for x86 assembly. What tool should I use on Kali Linux? So it might or might not give me some pushback on this. Okay, so this will give us the answer here, so that's nice. Sometimes when you ask about hacking topics, the AIs will give you pushback and they'll say they're not allowed to, give you this information. DeepSeek, in my experience, has given me the least amount of pushback, and ChatGPT gives you the most. The other AIs give you something in between. Gameboy says, AI is bad at programming, okay. Xmetric says, ChatGPT works amazing if you set the preferences. Building the context that I'm a security expert, learning how hackers operate, but I can arm myself with the knowledge, something. You can bypass all of these if you give the right prompt. But use whichever AI you want. I'm not going to say which one is the best, because that's kind of subjective. But which one do you have the best experience with? That's the question you have to answer. Xmetric says you prompted properly and you have it assume the role of a mentor. Okay. Anyways, let's go back to Git stuff. So we used the git branch command, and we got all of the branches. So we can actually switch the branches, and there's going to be different content in the different branches. We can use the git checkout command to switch branches from one to another. So in this case, we're going to check out the dev branch to go to origin dev, and that's where we're going to find our answer. Okay, so over here, we're going to git checkout dev. And inside here, then we can take a look at what's inside the branches. So in this branch, in the README file, let's take a look at the README file in here. Okay, so in this branch's README file, there's the password for the next level. So we can just copy this and record this as the password for the next level, and we've solved this challenge. So in this challenge, we needed to understand that we can access different branches inside the repository, and there's going to be different information inside the different branches. Okay, everybody, let's go back. Okay, everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 29 level from OverTheWire.org. And if you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so Xmetric says, can't wait for the Burp Suite fully AI. Full AI, I hear that the Burp Suite integrated AI is actually very, very useful. I haven't used it myself, but a lot of people say that it's really nice. Thank you very much for following. Sternal Reflex, thank you. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. You're now HackerFrog. Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, let's move on to the next level. So let's get out of here. So there's only a few levels of Bandit left. We're trying to make it through all of the levels of Bandit today. It ends with level number 32. Let's log in first, and then we'll get to the introduction. Okay, so the next level is level number 30. And this is the password. So if you want to join in yourself, it's Bandit30, and this is the password. Okay, let's go ahead and get the level started then. Everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for Bandit level 30 from the OverTheWire platform and the Bandit CTF labs. So in this level, what do we need to do? So the level goal says there's a Git repository at this SSH location right here. This is very similar to the previous levels. We're still talking about Git, and let's talk about what we're going to be doing in this level. Actually, before we do that, let's go over to our login here, and let's make a directory and clone the repository first. So we're going to make a directory in the temp directory. It's going to be called the Bandit 30 Git, and let's put some dots in front of that. So we're going to do 4 dots. Temp bandit 30-git. We're going to move into that directory. Bandit 30-git. Okay, and from here, now we can clone the repository. So to clone the repository, we're going to use this command over here. So it's the git clone command, and this is how we're going to be able to clone the repository. Paste in the command. We need to log in as the Bandit 30 user, which uses the same password. So we just need to get the password and then paste it in. The remote end hung up unexpectedly. That's weird. Let's try that one more time. Okay, we got ads going on Twitch right now, so we'll add one on YouTube. And while the ads are going on, let's go ahead and watch some birds. Okay, so this is my favorite bird. It's the Stellar Jay, and yeah, they love eating peanuts and stuff. Sometimes they come over to the bird feeder and they're not eating, they're just hanging out. It's, I guess they like it here. Anyways, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. If you need to get up and have some water or use the washroom, now's the time to do so. Alright, so those are the birds, and let's put them away and let's get back to the hacking. Alright, so we're having trouble cloning the repository. Let's do it one more time. Okay, repo already exists and is not an empty directory. Oh! We managed to clone the repo, but I guess... huh. 1000's agency, 1001 agencies, that's the terminal you're using right now. It's an online live version of Linux. Yeah, so this is... let me copy this. So this is a web accessible version of Linux. So if you ever wanted to practice with Linux, you can always use a machine like this. And I'm just demonstrating using it on this terminal here because, well, everybody has access to it, and that makes, well, that's the maximum amount of people who could potentially do some learning. Okay, let's move into the repo directory, and we got the README file here. So if we take a look at the README file, it says just an empty file. Mwahaha. Okay, so, well, if we use the stuff we learned at the previous from the previous level, we see that we can see the branches. So we're using the master branch right now. We're going to take a look at the other branches here. We've got master, we've got origin head, and we got remote. What's going on? Broadcast message. Hey HackerFrogs, welcome to Bandit 30. Be sure to like and comment and subscribe if you're enjoying this video. Xmetrics out. Wow, thank you very much, Xmetric, for sharing that that wonderful message. Thank you. Anyways, you'll probably make it into the YouTube video. Thank you very much, Xmetrics. I'm currently SSH'd in. Anyways, let's clear. What are we dealing with in this level? Let's talk a little bit more about this. Cut that part out. Oh, I mean, do you want to be in the YouTube video? If you don't, then let me know, and I'll cut that part out. Thank you, Xmetrics. Okay, so this is level 30. And this level in Bandit covers Git software features. So Git is a distributed version control system that tracks versions of files. It is used by programmers to help develop software collaboratively. Okay, when I'm editing the video, I'll decide then whether or not I want to leave that part in. Thank you, Xmetrics. So we're talking about Git tags in this level. We're learning about Git tags, which are a way of attaching labels to commits. To list all tags in the repo, use the git tags command. So, for example, we get all the git tags in this level. We see that there's a secret tag. So, git tags, git tag. What was the command? Git tag? Huh, that's weird. There should be... Oh, I'm not in the repo yet. So you need to enter the repo first, and then you can run your git commands. So git tag, git tags. No, I was just confused. I was just Xmetric. I was just confused why I was getting a message that references the HackerFrogs in there. That's all. Okay, so there's the README file. So readme.md, just an empty file. So that's weird. We should be able to run the git tag command and get the secret and see that there's a secret tag in here. But for some reason it doesn't show up here. Hold on, let me consult my notes. Oh, we need to do git show ref tags. Okay, so we need to. Sorry, it's the wrong command. So git show ref tags. Keep on doing it. You know, that's weird. Did I clone the wrong repository? That's possible. I think I might have cloned the wrong repository. Okay. Let me re-download the repo. Let me get rid of everything first.
Bud. 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 Bud.
GX00, hello, nice to see you here. Cloning isn't pulling all the tags. Cloning isn't pulling all the... Well, I mean, this is how we solved it when I was doing my testing. But let me re-download the repo. Okay, so the git clone here. Something went wrong when I ran the git clone command earlier. It gave me some sort of error message. Okay, so connect, we need to supply the password. Okay, this time I think it works. We move into the repo directory, and then we do git tag. Okay, so it works this time. 1001 agency says git fetch. Not in this case. 1001 agency says, could you please tell me the best way to get important info about a website while doing a pen test? The best way to get important info about a website? Well, I mean, the first things you do when you're doing like web app pen testing is you do directory busting to find all the endpoints on the target. So you'd probably use, if you want to use a simpler command, you can use something like dirb. So it's just dirb and then the address, and that's going to do a simple directory busting attack. The other tool that we like to use initially is Nikto, and Nikto can get you some interesting info about the website as well. Xmetric says important info like DNS, whois, registrar. I mean, what kind of testing are you talking about here? Okay, let's continue with the level. Okay, so we see that there's this secret tag in here. So what can we do about the secret tag? So to list all the tags in the repo, we use the get tags command, and we did that, and we got the secret one here. So to see all of the commits with the tags attached to them, you can use the git show ref tags command, and that's going to show you all the commits with that particular tag. So yeah, with it'll show you all the commits with tags attached to them. So it's git show ref tags. So we see here that there's one commit here that has the secret tag in this case. And then we can access this with, what's the command again? So finally, you can retrieve all the contents of all the commits that contain specific tags by using the git show tag name command. So in case you want to see all the commits with the secret tag, you do git show secret. Hold on, here. Git show secret. And this is the password for the next level. Okay, 1001 agency says all the info possible so I can know the possible vulnerabilities to prevent future attacks. Are you running this on your own website? Or are you doing some sort of web app hacking exercise? Let me know. the more information I have, the better I can answer your question. Okay, so this is the password for the next level, and well, what did we learn in this level? So in this level, what we need to do is we need to find out about the tags inside the level, and then enumerate the commits with those tags, and then we solve the level. Okay, so this was a guided walkthrough for Bandit level number 30 from the Bandit Labs over at OverTheWire.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. 1001 Agency says your own website. So I mean, Xmetric suggests Nmap, GoBuster, Derb, Burp Suite, Nikto, all of these things. You can use all of these different tools. I guess the easiest way to do it would be to, the easiest way to do it is to spend a bunch of money on Burp Suite and then use the Burp Suite automated scanner on your website and then see what pops up. Because, I mean, that's what the professionals do. They use a combination of the Burp automated scanner along with manual enumeration to find out about any potential problems with the website. Okay, let's move on to level number 31. So there's only one more level after this one. I'm hoping to finish the series today. Okay, let's get out of this level. Let's move on to Bandit level 31. So Xmetric's Hex Shadow suggests the easiest way is to make a simple script that will gather all the information, like who has DNS registrars, and for active dynamic analysis you would go hands-on. But I mean, 1001 Agency, are you trying to become a web app hacker? Is that your goal, or I forget what your goal was as far as cybersecurity was concerned. Let us know. Okay. Alright, so what do they want us to do in this level? So this is Bandit level 31. Let me log in first. Then we'll start talking about it. Hold on. Okay, this is Bandit level 31. Okay. 1001 Agency says, believe me, I'm taking notes of everything, so thank you for... this is a comeback. Comeback for me, and I forgot a lot of things. Okay. Alright, so... Let's get started. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for Bandit level 31 from the Bandit CTF Labs over at OverTheWire.org. In this level, it says that there's a Git repository at this location right here, and we need to clone the repository and find the password for the next level. So before we start, we need to clone the repository. So I'm just going to go back and we're going to clone the repo here. With this command. Oh, permission. Okay. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. I need to create a directory and then move into the directory that we can work out of. We're going to make a directory. It's going to be in the temp directory. It's going to be called bandit 31 git. We're going to move into that directory. And then we're going to clone the repository. Could not read the remote repository. Make sure you have the correct write access and that the repository exists. Am I using the wrong command here? I'm pretty sure this is the... Yeah, okay. For some reason, it just didn't feel like going through the first time. Okay, so this is the pass... Ooh, this is Bandit 31. That's the password, gotta put it in. Okay, so now that we've cloned the repository, we're going to enter the repo directory. And in the repo directory, there's this README. So we'll read the README file. And it tells us that there's what we need to do. So this time your task is to push a file into the remote repository. So the details is file name is going to be key.txt, and the content is going to be may I come in. We're going to send it to the master branch. So this is what we have to do. Let's talk about it. So this level in Bandit covers Git software features. Git is a distributed version control system that tracks versions of files. It is used by programmers to help develop software collaboratively. So in this level, we're going to be doing a git commit and then a git push. In this level, we're tasked with making a commit and to push the remote, push it to a remote repo in Git. So first, we can add a local file to a Git repo by using the git add file name command. So we need to create the file key.txt with the contents may I come in, and then we need to add that file to the repository. Mr. Mac says, yo, Mr. Mac, nice to see you here on YouTube. And let's give you a keyboard CAD. Welcome to the stream. So let's go ahead and create the key.txt file. So they want the content to be may I come in. The file is going to be called key.txt. So we're just going to use echo to create the file. And then we'll redirect the output to key.txt. No such file or directory. What happened? Something weird is going on. Did somebody delete my directory? Xmetric, is that you? Okay, I'm gonna try cloning the repository again. Okay, the password is this. Okay, we've cloned the repository. We move into the repo directory. And what we need to do now is... Can he log into... No. This is a shared space. So if somebody knows the directory that I'm working out of, they could log in as the same user and then start messing around with the... They can start messing around with the files in here. Okay, so the readme.md file is in here. We need to create the file key.txt with the contents may I come in. So we just need to echo out may I come in and redirect it to key.txt. Okay, and now we've got key.txt along with readme.txt. Hex Shadow says, looks like somebody is stream sniping. I mean, if somebody is actually stream sniping, that means we can't do the challenge. But the good thing is that they're not actually logging into my PC. They're just logging into the same account over at over at OverTheWire. Mr. Max says, I did like 8 or 9 levels of Bandit and then I got bored. Let's see. Agent 57 says, it's basically because it is in the cloud and accessible to anybody with the creds. People sometimes like to mess with the streamer, but we don't really like that. Well, I mean, I don't like it when people, you know, mess with me when I'm doing stuff live on stream. Mr. Mac, I mean, if you got bored after doing 8 or 9 levels of Bandit, just keep on going, and eventually you'll find a level that that is a little bit more difficult, hopefully. Gruntplay, yo, nice to see you here. Okay, so let's go. Oh, you passed the OSCP, that's great. How was your experience? So Gruntplay recently did the OSCP exam, and apparently they passed. Yeah, awesome, awesome. Let's celebrate with I don't know, with some Devil's Bedroom. We have a hacking club?
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom.
So Gruntplay asks, are you going to DEF CON this year? I'm not going to DEF CON this year. I don't have the money. I don't have the money or the time. I have to keep on streaming and making content out here. Okay, so we need to add this to the Git repo by using the git add file name command. So we're just going to add key.txt, git add key.txt. Okay, and we need to add the f to add local files. Okay, so we just added key.txt to the repository. So next, what are we supposed to do? So after that, you can use the git commit m commit comment command to save a commit. So git commit m add key.txt file. So this would be our comment that we're adding as well. Git commit m. Let me get the command over here. This one. Okay, and this is going to add the commit to the Git repository. Okay, and the last thing we need to do to finish the level is to push this commit to the repository. And what do we do? How do we do that? So finally, you can push the commit by using the git push command. So the command is just git push, and that's going to push the commit to the repository, and that's going to finish the level. Let's go ahead and do that. Git push. Okay, I think we need to log in to do that. Okay, we need to supply the password. The password is up here. Let me get it. Paste it in. Okay, so when we push the commit, we got a message. Hold on. So attempting to validate files, we get this. It says, well done, the password for the next level is this. So this is the password for Bandit level number 32, and we finished this level. Okay. So let's see, let's catch up with chat. OSCP exam, not cheap. Not cheap, yeah, it was like 1800 USD according to Gruntplay. That's tough. Gruntplay is asking, what are we doing exactly? So we're doing the Bandit CTF. We're just doing the last couple levels of the Bandit CTF. And we're all hooligans. We're only the hooligans. We're all hooligans. And now you're winning too because of the OSCP. You can go anywhere and be a champion. Well, I mean, yeah, OSCP will help you a lot when you're looking for pen testing jobs. Link? Yeah. So, I mean, I'm kind of surprised if you don't know about the Bandit CTF labs. They're pretty well known. But this is the link over here. Okay, so all right, everybody. So that was a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 31 level from Bandit Labs over at the OverTheWire.org website. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. So Grandplay says, are these the same guys from Ret 2 War? I don't think they are. But let me check out Ret 2 War really quick. Ret 2 War. Security training reimagined. So War Games Ret 2 systems. Oh, okay. I haven't tried this before because it's a paid service. Anyways, let's go ahead and let's do the last level. So we've been working on this for a really long time. And what we want to do is we just want to finish off this series so that we can say it's done. We log in as Bandit 32. And this is the password. So if you want to do this level yourself, then it's Bandit 32, this password. Okay, so let's see. Cybernoipy says, I think my first job is going to be SOC for hospitals. I've got a good feeling I'll land that job. Good luck, Cybernoipy. Hope you get that job. Okay, so let's log in. Here. Okay, so let me make this a little smaller, because it's going to be hard seeing this otherwise. So this is the last level of OverTheWire Bandit. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 32 level from the Bandit CTF game over at OverTheWire.org. And let's talk a little bit more about this. So the level goal says, after all this Git stuff, it's time for another escape. Good luck. So we're going to be doing some shell escape in this level. And Gruntplay, we'll see you after dinner, hopefully. Let's give you a fun redeem. How about a Hack the Planet? See you after dinner.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so Gruntplay says market totally cooked. It's unfortunately the whole tech market is kind of cooked right now. I think it was all triggered by all the AI stuff, and then companies thinking that they can replace workers with AI or like downsize because they're replacing big numbers of workers with AI. It's going to be a painful couple of years. Okay, let's keep on going. Ant says, first time here, I've been following along. This is really cool stuff. Not really good at Git, so I'm learning a lot. So Git is very commonly used in the industry, so we need to learn how to get the secrets out of Git. And well, these levels really help out with trying to figure out what's going on inside a Git repository. So we got some ads running on Twitch, so we run them on YouTube. And let's go ahead and put on some birds. How about this bird? It's gonna have a lot of fun playing with the food. Anyways, we'll be back in about 40 seconds. Just have to have a little water break. Xshadow says, ad ended. You know, the funny thing is that it seems like when I get told about the ads have already started like 30 seconds ago. It's really weird. Okay, let's put the birds away, get back to the hacking. Alright, so we've logged into the level, and we see here that it says, welcome to uppercase shell. So the problem with this shell is that in Linux, all commands are in lowercase, but the shell is translating everything that we input into uppercase. And when we're dealing with Linux, case really matters, so we can't run any of our commands inside of this shell. So what we have to do is we have to do a shell escape to access, well, to access the rest of the level. Let's talk a little bit more about this. So in Bandit level number 32, we're doing a shell escape. So we need to find some way to escape the shell, but we also can't use any alphanumeric any letters in our command. So this level features a restricted shell, which is a common type of challenge in CTFs. The shell appears to use the sh shell, but it transforms all alphabetic input into uppercase, which messes up all the commands with alphabetic elements. So we can't use any letters in our commands to escape the shell. Fortunately, there's one interesting escape that we can do that doesn't involve any letters at all. So in this case, we can use this command over here. It's $0, and this command is going to open up a new shell. So it uses no letters, so it can be used to get out of this restricted shell. Unicode. I mean, could we use Unicode? Okay, Cybernoipy says the biggest downside is one of the first two was I'm too focused on finishing the degree and I didn't have time to full-time study for it. Just took the exam. I mean, Agent 57, if you were to use Unicode to escape from the shell, what payload would you use? I mean, you could try this out yourself. We could also try this. Agent 57, we've got a little bit of time. What was your payload gonna be? So, I mean, we could look up Unicode shell escape. 5 escape sequences for your Linux shell. I mean, there's a fun little article here. Backspace. You can enter a backspace character as part of a command, so this stuff isn't going to work in this one because we have to put in some letters, and we can't use any letters. So this uses a letter, this doesn't work. New line. So this uses printf. That's not going to work. Form feed. That's not going to work. This uses the echo command. Unicode. This isn't going to work because you need to insert letters like U and echo. But it's okay. Xmetric says $0, so that's the payload we're going to be using. So we can use $0, which is going to open up a new shell. So we go over here, we do $0, and that starts up a new shell. If we ask who am I, our shell is normal now, and we're using the Bandit 33 user. So the only thing we need to do is we need to access... I think we can bash. Yay, we can use bash. So the only thing we need to do now is we need to access the password. So the password for all of these levels is in the etc bandit pass directory. So we just need to do this. So we just need to run cat on bandit pass on the bandit 33 password, like this. So this is the password for the next level. So with that, we've finished all of the bandit challenges. So Agent 57 says, so why does this create a new shell? So apparently on any Linux terminal, you can use this command. So I've got Kali Linux here. We do %0, and that starts up a new terminal. So who am I? Let's start up a sh shell. So here's an sh shell. So inside the sh shell, we can do $0 to spawn a new shell. It's a $, not percent. That's correct. Now find the hidden challenges. I don't know if we're going to be doing the hidden challenges for Bandit. Not anytime soon, anyways. But let me. Okay. Let's go back. All right. So everybody. That was a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 32 level from OverTheWire.org. Let's see. Sorry, this was a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 32 level from the Bandit CTF labs over at OverTheWire.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Agent 57 says, so this is just a quirk of the Linux CLI. Yeah, I mean... These are just fun little tricks. These are not things that you'd usually use on a regular basis. Let me... I mean, you know, we could ask the AI over here. This was something I need to look up. So I think we can ask the question, what does this command do? And then in Linux. And then we would feed it %0. Sorry, $0. It's a very niche, it's a very funny little trick. In Linux, $0 is a special shell variable that contains the name of the current running script, or shell. Here's what it does in different concepts. In a shell script, $0 contains the name or the path of the shell script itself. Oh, okay, so it's self-reference. So in an interactive shell, $0 contains the name of the shell program. For bash, it would typically show bash or bin bash. For ZSH, it would show ZSH or bin ZSH. Okay. So the 0 variable is part of the positional parameters $0, $0, $1, $2, etc. Where $1 and $2 represent command line arguments passed to the script, while 0 specifically represents the script or command name itself. Okay, so Metric says it's calling bash again. Ant says I thought it would only worked like that in the script, not in the terminal. Not sure why I thought that. Well, I mean, the thing is that it does different things, whether or not you're using it in the script or if you're using the shell. So it's kind of funny. But it's fun little tricks like this that make a hacker a hacker. A hacker is a person who knows all sorts of fun little tricks. Okay, let's get ready for the next part of today's stream. So we're finishing up with Bandit, and we're going to be taking a look at the Nebula machine from eword.education over here. If you're not familiar with this platform, let me get the link. If you want to join along with us, you're going to need to be able to download a virtual machine. Mr. Max says, do you guys have any forum or Discord server that I can join? Would love to learn and interact with you guys. So Mr. Mac, we're probably going to start up our Discord server next month, but right now we're still in the planning stages for that. But right now, what are we doing? So if you want to interact with us right now, we can do it either on the live stream or over at the Reddit. It's just r/HackerFrogs over at Reddit. And we've got our stream schedules and stuff here. And we'll be able to hop on it. Are you talking about the Discord server? Yeah, you can hop on over and hop on in. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so the challenge is called Nebula, and this is kind of old school. It's a virtual machine that you can download and deploy to your network, and then log in to do all the hacking stuff. So if you want to download it, you can get it from the downloads page over at the eWord education site. And the one that we're doing today is called Nebula. And let me go ahead and set that up. Okay, so topic 1, topic 2. We're doing topic 3. Oh, we're showing too much. Hold on. Topic 1, topic 2. That's weird. Okay, so we're doing the... I'm just having fun with the overlays over here. Okay, yeah, education, Nebula, and we're doing the Docker Labs challenge next. Okay, so is this Kali on a VM? So yeah, we do all of our Kali on VMs because if we screw something up, then we can go back to it. But yeah, this is, let's see, what are we doing? We're doing Nebula. So I've got the Nebula machine on my network. Let me go ahead and, oh, we need to restart. Okay, we're going to be doing this for the next hour or so. Okay. So the Nebula machine, I'm starting it up right now. I'm running into some problems with the machine. Hold on, I need to restart it. I'm talking about the Nebula machine right now. Just a second, everybody. Technical difficulties. So it says no bootable medium found. Insert a bootable medium and reboot. That's... Hold on. Yay! VirtualBox stuff. Hold on, where did my mouse pointer go? EFI mode, right control key. Okay, so something's going wrong with the something's going wrong with the Nebula machine. I should have checked it. I should have checked this before the stream started. Okay, I don't think. I think I need to change the boot order of this machine. I think that'll solve the problem. Just a second. Okay, let me try that again. Xmetric says, checksummed it. It's still complaining about no bootable medium found. Tommy C6, I haven't seen you in a while. Wow, welcome back to the stream. Sorry, we're just let me put on the birds while I deal with these technical issues. I mean, I added a hard drive. I'm not too sure why it's still complaining about this. Just joined our HackerFrogs. Thank you very much. I've been watching but not talking. No worries, Tommy. No worries. Yeah, we added the VDI. And thank you very much for following Soundman. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the support. Okay, so let's go over to storage. This is what I got for storage. Maybe you guys can help us. Oh, VirtualBox crashed. That's embarrassing. Okay, let's start up. Let's start up VirtualBox again. Anyways, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the Nebula machine here. So we got the Nebula machine here, and so the ISO file is. Well, I mean, I installed it using the ISO. Maybe I need to locate this thing again. Just a second. CyberNoipy says, I'm thinking of getting a Hack the Box subscription. How is it in comparison with THM? So CyberNoipy, I think try Hack Me. I mean, if you're looking for like blue team stuff, then you're probably better off using Try Hack Me as opposed to Hack the Box. But I've never done a lot of stuff with Hack the Box as far as forensic stuff is concerned. Let's see if I can find the ISO again. You need to boot from the hard disk? Xmetric says, "Are those?" Yeah, those are peanuts. I mean, it's still giving us the error message that was no bootable medium found. Let me try adding. Okay, let me try downloading. Let me try downloading the ISO file. Okay, so Nebula ISO file is here. Let me just copy this. I'm sorry to have to do technical to solve these technical difficulties on the fly over here. It's BIOS only mode, I think, just so you know. BIOS only, huh? Alright, so I'm downloading the file now. I should have it downloaded in just a bit, then I can just add the ISO file. Hold on. I should probably save this to another directory first. Okay, Mr. Mac asks, what is the best way to learn offensive security for a beginner, in your opinion, without being overwhelmed? So, Mr. Mac, let me know what your previous experience is, and then I can answer your question better. Because it really depends on what kind of background you're coming from. Okay, just a second, everybody. Okay, so I've just added the ISO that it's looking for, and I guess we'll add the optical drive to the boot order. Okay, hopefully this works. Xmetric says, overwhelmed? I'm 39 years into it and it's still overwhelming. You will never know enough. You will need to get right with knowing that you will never know it all. And, you know, that's my experience with it now. Okay, so I think we've got it working now. So we got Ubuntu booting up. That's great. So we got our Nebula login here. Great. I think we can access this from SSH. We just need to figure out where on the network it is. That's an old version of Ubuntu. 2011 called, they want their OS back. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I need to figure out what network this is on. Just a second. Okay, so this is on my NAT network. So it should be... I need to figure out where this is. Okay, I'm gonna run an nmap scan. Actually, no. I'm gonna run... So this should be my ETH0 interface. So this is the network range over here. I'm gonna figure out what's on the network by running nmap. On the network range. To do a ping sweep. Okay, so our machine is at 88, and there's another machine at 107, which is also a virtual box. So this is probably the IP address we're dealing with. But in the meantime, I'm going to change up my music playlist so that we're listening to something a little bit more pleasant. How about some Faster Than Light? Okay, so this is probably the IP address we want to log into, and there's actually some login information over at the Nebula site. Okay, so Nebula takes the participant through a variety of common and less than common weaknesses and vulnerabilities in Linux. It takes a look at SUID files, permissions, race conditions, shell meta variables, path weaknesses, scripting language weaknesses, binary compilation failures, etc., etc. Mr. Max says, I've been around computers since I was 4, didn't dig much deeper though, I'm almost 20 now, okay? Currently doing bachelor's in info tech, tried THM and HDB, but there's a lot of theory if I'm not wrong. So Mr. Mac, I'm going to give you the starter pack for learning about technical cybersecurity and hacking stuff. Oh, sorry, starter pack. Yeah. So there's a bunch of YouTube playlists there. The first 2 are for basic IT stuff. The third link is for computer networking, which is pretty much essential for learning about these technical topics in cybersecurity. And the last link is an easy cybersecurity challenge playlist. It's basically a bunch of increasingly more difficult challenges from the echoCTF platform. And so if you don't have an account at echoCTF, it's a pretty good place to learn about all sorts of different cybersecurity topics. Anyways, where were we? So Nebula. So Nebula is over here, and we're going to be starting at level 00. So this level requires you to find a set user ID program. So we're talking about SUID that will run as the flag 00 account. You could also find this by carefully looking at the top level directories in the top level directory for suspicious looking directories. Alternatively, you can look at the man page. To access this level, log in as level 00 with password level 00. So the great thing about this is that we don't need to go ahead and go hunting for passwords and user accounts. So SSH level 00 at this IP address here. So the password is level 00. And now we're logged in. So they talked about an SUID binary. And what we can do is we can find SUID binaries with the following find command. So it's perm -4000. This is a pretty commonly used command when you're doing CTF challenges for Linux. Okay, so specifically we're looking for one. This is probably the program right here. If we wanted to be more specific about this, find a set user ID program that will run as the flag 00 account. Well, I mean, in the output here, we see that there's a flag 00 binary inside the list of SUID binaries. So we can just check this one out. So this is owned by flag 00, but it's part of the group level 00. And we can execute this binary here. So I think what we need to do is we just need to run the thing, and that's going to get us access. What is the... let's see. This runs as the flag 00 account. Okay. So just run the thing, and let's see what happens. Okay, it says congrats, now run get flag to get your flag. So this is all we need to do. We're running as the flag account now, so we can access the flag. Thanks for the playlist, we'll check them out. No problem, Mr. Mac. Okay, so get flag. You've successfully executed get flag on a target account, which means we've essentially finished the level, and all we need to do is we need to get access to the SUID account. Okay, that's... well, the SUID binary, rather. Okay, cool. So we've solved the first level. We can move on to the next level. So the next level is level 01. Okay, so now we got some code to look at. Great, great. And can? Let me know how to pronounce that name. I don't know how to pronounce... Is that Cyrillic? I don't read Cyrillic. If you could let me know how to pronounce that name, that would be great. But you asked, have you tried Bandit? We just finished the last level of Bandit a little while ago. So we've been covering how to solve all of the levels of Bandit. And if you're interested in taking a look at our write-ups for the Bandit levels, this is the link over here. Okay, so it says there's a vulnerability. Well, let's log in first, and then we'll take a look. So just get out of here, and then we'll log into level 01. Okay, so what are we supposed to do? There's a vulnerability in the below program that allows arbitrary programs to be executed. Can you find it? To this level, log in as the level 01 account with the password level 01. Files for this level can be found in home flag 1. Files for this level can be found in home flag 1. So I guess we need to move into this directory, and then we can start the level. Okay, so we just move in there. And this is the flag 01 binary. And it's probably created using this code here. So in the source code, this is C, by the way. So it runs GID, UID, get GID, get UID. So it's going to set your group ID and then your user ID. with these functions right here. So set res gid and set res uid, and it's going to run. It basically runs the command with a different group ID and then user ID, which means it runs as another user. So it runs system user bin env echo and now what? So I think what we can do is we can run the command, and it's going to run this as the binary's creator or the binary's owner. And in this case, the binary's owner is flag1. We need to access the flag1 account to get the flag for this level. So right now we're running as the level 1 user. If we run the flag1 binary, it says, and now what? Well, I mean, the problem here is that the code is env echo and now what? But this isn't properly closed, which means that we can probably inject our own commands into this command here. So we would run this, and then, who am I? Level 1, okay. And now what? So it just says, and now what? And now privask, yes. That's what we want to do. Okay, so the other thing that's interesting about this is that it's running the echo command, and the echo command we can probably do some path hijacking in this case. Rev shell, yeah, fire up netcat, of course. Show code again. Okay, so if you want to take a look at the well, I mean, this is the web page I'm looking at right now. So this one right here. I'm pretty sure what we can do is path injection, because it's running echo without, well, it's running env, but it's also running echo, and echo is not being used with an absolute file path. You need to place an echo bin in the path. Yeah, I think what we can do is we can create a malicious echo binary, or a malicious echo script. So do we have access to this directory? Or, yeah. Can we write to this directory? Actually, it doesn't need to be this directory. It could be any directory, really. We can't write to this directory, but we can write to the temp directory. So we can make a malicious echo binary or a malicious echo script. So let's just echo out, I don't know, something like what should we use as our payload? Bin sh? Can we just bin sh? Maybe. Slash bin slash sh, maybe with a p to preserve the permissions. Actually, I like bash better. Let's try bash. So bin bash. I don't think we need to add the shebang. Most of the time we don't need to add the shebang when we're creating these malicious scripts. But let's see if this works. We're just going to echo out to this file called echo. And what can we do from here? So from here we need to make it executable. And let's take a look at the permissions here. So this is executable, great. And we're just going to run, what was that directory called? Home flag 1. you can shebang bin sh. Well, I mean, if it doesn't work, we'll come to that bridge when we get there. Okay, so we need to add the temp directory to our path. So how do we do that? Export path. Path equals tmp, and then I think like this, right? Okay, that works. Or echo path to file temp your stuff. Yeah, of course. Okay, what can we do here? So from here, we just run flag01, and now we're the flag01 user. So the reason why we're the flag01 user is because we included a malicious file in the path, and we did path hijacking. We added the directory with our malicious file to the path. TMP was first. Echo worked. Yeah. So now we can solve the level by doing the get flag command. This is how it's done on these levels. So that was level 1. Great. Let's move on to the next level. Let's see how many of these we can work through before we run out of time. We got about half an hour left. Okay, get out of this level and then log in as level 2. Okay, so this is level 2. If you want to take a look at what we're looking at now, this is the link. Okay, there's a vulnerability in the below program that allows arbitrary programs to be executed. Can you find it? And we just logged in as level 2, and the program can be found in home flag 2. Let's move in. What the flag 2 program? So what's in the code? So let's see. It looks like this might be a buffer overflow, because we're dealing with some buffer stuff. So character buffer, great. Buffer equals null. Printf and buffer echo bin something is cool. Get environment user. I mean, if we just run this, about to call system bin echo level 2 is cool. Level 2 is cool. Okay, great. I love to wall a message on that VM right now. Too bad you can't use SU as SH. SU as SH, you say? So what's going on in the program here? And buffer bin echo. Well, I mean, if this is supposed to be buffer overflow, I mean, I don't think this is, I don't know, I'm not too sure. Because whenever there is a buffer overflow vulnerability, there's a place where you can put in user input. And I don't think, the env, right. Get env user. Okay, so if we run env, we can see all the stuff. So these are all the environment variables. So user equals level 2. Right. So I mean that means that we still might be able to do a buffer overflow, but yeah, set user to a command. I mean, if we set this variable to a command, we can probably get it to run, because all it's doing is getting the user and running it as a string. Yeah, SH might work. Yeah, I mean, let's give this a try. So we just need to export. No, it's yeah, I think it's okay. Export user equals, I don't know, bin bash dash p. Whoops, we should probably put this in quotes. And now the username is set to bin bash dash p. So this might be interpreted as a command, and if it is, then it's going to open up a bash shell with the permissions of the user that it's running as. Sleepy Dude, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so we just need to run flag 2. About to call system bin echo. Oh, it's echoing. Okay. Right. We should probably put in the semicolon here so that it finishes the previous command. You're right. Ken Yamamoto, thank you. Also, so the semicolon is going to terminate the echo, and then it's just going to let us run our bash command over here. Okay, and let's run that one more time. No such file or directory bin bash. Wait, is there no... Which bash? Bin bash. Oh, wait, is... Okay, we need to comment out everything as well. So we need to add this part right here to get rid of the is, which is part of this thing. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, okay, and that worked, and now we're the flag 2 user. So we just did some OS command injection through the environment variable. That was pretty cool. Okay, so let's get flag on this. You have successfully executed get flag on the target account, which means we finished the level. Great. So yeah, so the reason why the payload has to be this specifically is that this part is going to get rid of the previous command, or it's going to finish the previous command, which is the echo command, and this part is going to comment out everything else that comes on the line, which is the is cool portion here. At this point, you apply for entry-level pen testing jobs. If only, huh? That would be, if only that was the requirement. Anyways, we finished this level. We can move on to the next one. If you have any questions about any of the stuff we did in this level, let us know in the chat. We'll try to answer your questions as best we can. Xmetric says, I know pen testers with PhDs who can't code and don't know networking. PhDs? Well, I mean, what did they get their PhD in? Is it something related, or is it not? Okay, so we're going to log into level 3. Alright. Cybersecurity, apparently, if that's a thing. Well, I mean... You say pen testers with PhDs. How did they get hired as pen testers if they don't know the stuff? Okay, this is going to be level 3. Check the home directory, flag 3, and take notes of the files there. There's a cron job that's called every couple of minutes. To this level, right, for the files in the level, they're going to be in flag 3. 1001 Agency says, I have a lot of questions, but I guess I should start learning some courses. I mean, 1001 Agency, if you have any questions, leave them in the chat. Maybe I can answer them. Maybe I can explain. Xmetric says, I mean, you're talking about pen testers. They're going to have to do some testing, right? Wouldn't they become exposed when they do their pen testing and they don't know how to do the pen testing? Okay, so there's a cron job. So is the writable.d? Well, I mean, I'm guessing we should be writing to this. And there's a writable.sh. So there's a cron job on the system. Cron tab L? No cron job for level 3. So the other place we can look for cron jobs is the etc cron tab file. Okay, so what's going on here? Oh, you know what? We don't necessarily need to find the cron job, because we're told as part of the level description. 1001 Agency says, okay, so what are flags? What's their main functionality and how can we benefit from them? So flags are an abstract concept. Basically, flags are a way of proving that we've finished a challenge. So this is very common in cybersecurity. We play capture the flag exercises, and basically flag is the objective of the challenge. Hagar Griza, thank you very much for following on YouTube. Thank you. Virtual markers, basically, yeah. So they're abstract, what is it, goals, or like they're abstract goals. Basically, a flag is usually going to be a string of text. It basically, if you can access it and if you can read it, it basically proves that you finished the challenge. Let's give you a Hack the Planet Hagar. Thank you very much.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
How can we benefit from the flags? The flags basically prove that you've gotten access to whatever it was the cybersecurity challenge was supposed to challenge you on, basically. But yeah. So there's a cron tab that is called every couple of minutes. So we're going to assume that the cron tab that is running the writable.sh script over here. Otherwise, it wouldn't make too much sense. Okay, 1001 Agency says, in real life, how would you benefit from something like that? So in real life, flags are meaningless. But in the context of a cybersecurity CTF challenge, it's basically the goal. The goal is to get the flag. But in real life, flags don't matter, and there are no flags. Okay, so writable.sh. We can't actually write to the script, but the script is using the writable.d file. So it's running a bash script. It's running some sort of for loop. So for I in home flag writable.d, do. It's going to run commands. Sometimes I echo pwned into flag.txt. 1001 Agency, that cleared a big chunk of questions in my mind. Thanks a lot. So, I mean, yeah, a lot of people have questions about these CTF exercises, and well, I actually have a video. I have a video explaining what CTFs are. Let me get it for you guys. Okay, so this is one of my YouTube shorts, and it talks about what CTFs are. And it also features my favorite birds. Here you go. Okay, so what is in writable.d? So we can write to this. Let's take a look at the file. It's a directory. Okay, so it's gonna... Huh, does that mean... Let's... So there's nothing in this directory. So it runs bash x. So bash, what is the x when you run it with bash? Script is simple. It says whatever file is in the directory, it's executing it. I just want to figure out, let's see. So another great place you can do, let's see, is it explainshell.com? Yeah. So if you want to figure out what a command is doing, you can plug it into explainshell.com. You can basically plug in any command and it'll tell you what's happening here. So what is dash x? So this is the shell. It doesn't tell us what dash x is. Okay. I mean, we can just assume that it's being executed. So if that's the case, then we just need to create a malicious script inside of writable directory. X is for debugging. Oh, interesting. I didn't know about that. So I mean, we can just nano some sort of script, malicious.sh, and we can do bin bash. We can do okay, so we want to get a shell. So how can we get a shell by running this script that's run as a cron job? I suppose what we can do is we can just do a reverse shell. Okay, what's my IP address? So my IP address is eth0, this one. Man bash. So RTFM. Linux what was it? Die.net man 1 bash. Verifying you're human. This may am I human? Okay. So what's the X? True if file exists and is executable. Oh, okay. YouTube removes all the new lines. YouTube removes all the new lines. Was there a new line in there? I don't think there was. Okay. What else is in here? Sometimes YouTube hides some command comments. Wait, what are we doing here? Okay, so let's do a reverse shell payload, because, you know, reverse shells are fun. Let's RL wrap, and then listen on ports 443. What's our IP address? It is this. And we're just going to, can we just do it like a bash one? Let's save it. Is there BusyBox on this system? There is BusyBox. So we can use BusyBox to create a reverse shell. I like the BusyBox reverse shell. It usually works. Let's create it with the RevShells website. Kian Yamamoto says my script got moderated. I think my message got removed. Oh, really? Let me check the YouTube stream. I don't see your messages. Yeah, I think it got moderated, Kian Yamamoto. Can I paste a link? You can paste a link, but you need to split it up so that it doesn't actually look like a link. You need to defang the link, otherwise YouTube will detect the link and delete it. But you can just yeah, split it up and then you should be able to paste the link. Okay, so we got some, what is it? BusyBox. So BusyBox can use Netcat, and we can use this as a payload. Just get this. Keep on. Oh, it didn't save the script. That's weird. Maybe I forgot to save the script. Okay, so bin bash. Okay. So this is a reverse shell payload here. We're trying to get to the I skipped the save command, yeah. Okay, let's save it out. Let's make it executable. Okay, so I think we should receive a reverse shell if it works. Because we've got our executable script in here. And apparently, according to the script here, so for each file inside the writable directory, we're going to execute the script. The script in here is executable. We just need to wait a couple minutes. In the meantime, does anybody know any good jokes? Oh, we got an ad on Twitch, so I'm gonna run an ad on YouTube, and we're gonna put on some birds. How about these birds? Okay, we'll be back in about a minute. Just have to take a little water break. If you need to get up and stretch, yeah, we got our shell. If you need to get up and stretch or use the washroom, now's the time to do so. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Quasm Plays asks, do you have a Discord server? We don't have a Discord server. We should be starting up the Discord server next month. But for now, we do have a Reddit page. Let me get the, yeah, there's the link for the Reddit page. So this is the spotted towhee. It's a bird with some red eyes, and some people think that it looks kind of evil. But it's just a bird, and you can't tell that something's evil or not because of the color of its eyes. Anyways, let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so we got our reverse shell. If we ask who am I, we are the flag 3 user. And we're the flag 3 user because we manipulated the script. So the script is running everything inside a certain directory. So we created our own malicious script that had a reverse shell payload. And because the cron job is running as the flag 3 user, the reverse shell that we get is in the context of the flag 3 user. Mr. Max says, "What's with the birds thing?" I love birds. I love birds, and I love feeding the birds in the backyard, and I want to share. I want to share the birds and the bird feeder footage with you guys because it's a fun thing to play during the breaks. Simply to ask, any reverse shell is easily preventable if you have a dedicated Linux kernel enforcement over TCP. I think you want to say TCP, right? Or net filters. Same thing with working on endpoint security over XFRM to detect and hunt IPsec and I mean, I agree that you can definitely make your Linux Linux servers more secure by enforcing a bunch of rules over what traffic can go in and out. Mr. Max says, so it's my own. Yeah, this is my footage. I'm not using anybody else's footage. This is my footage that I'm playing here. Okay, so we're running as the flag 3 user. So we just need to run the get flag command, and that means we've successfully finished this level. I guess we could also run. We could probably also upgrade our. So this is Python. This is probably running Python 2, because this is really old. This is over 10 years old. So if we run Python -- version, this is Python 2 that's running on this. That's kind of funny. I haven't dealt with Python 2 in a long time. What Python? Sorry, 1001 Agency says each time I watch a stream, it glues me to the screen. Sorry, the time difference is huge. It's 2 a.m. right now. I need to go to sleep. I have a job to do. Sorry and have a good night. You don't have to be sorry. If you need to go to sleep, you need to go to sleep. But thank you very much for stopping by 1001 Agency. Thank you. Let's give you a keyboard cat because we play you off with keyboard cat. But yeah, Sunby, I do agree that you can certainly what is the word? You can harden your Linux servers to make them less susceptible to people hacking into them. But in this case, this is purposefully vulnerable because we're trying to learn stuff about Linux security here. But much appreciated, thank you. Okay, so we got Python 2, but the Python command is the same if we want to upgrade our shell. So we import pty.spawn bin bash. And this is going to give us a slightly nicer looking shell. But yeah, we've essentially finished this level, so we can move on to the next one. We got about 7 minutes left. Hopefully we can solve this next level within the time limit. Okay, so shell access again. Let's exit from here. Let's log in as level 4. Okay, so let's take a look and see what's going on with this level. Okay, this level requires you to read the token file, but the code restricts the files that can be read. Find a way to bypass it. Requires you to read the token file. To do this level, log in as the level 4 account. Great, and we got our code here. So if you want to take a look at the same page we're looking at, this is the link. Okay, so we got some C code over here. So the buffer is this. So print string file to read arg0. So arg0 is the first argument, and you might not access something GG. Maul, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we got the token file. We have to read the token file to finish this level. So we just run flag 04 with token. You may not access token. Okay. Mr. Max says, I learned some basic C++ last month. Really cool stuff. Got to learn about memory and machine cycles as well. I was thinking about going into x86 assembly. Do you recommend 80, 86, or NASM? I mean, I've got some learning resources for learning about NASM, and it's this website right here. It's called ASM Tutor, and it basically teaches you how to write programs in x86 assembly using the NASM assembler. Thank you very much for following Aspect Impact Dev. Hello, nice to see you here, and let's give you a desert frog. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so how does this program work? So how does it determine whether or not we can read these files? Unable to open something, unable to read. Printf if argc equals 1. If argc equals 1. So argc is one argument. If there's... So it's checking if something is true. Print... Oh, okay. So that's this and this right here. So if you just run the thing by itself, then it prints out this message. Hex Shadow says it's hard-coded to a relative path. Give it a full path, easy bypass. Okay. So it's looking for... Okay, so you're talking about... It's looking for a relative path. So you may not access this if it's token. Oh, okay. So it's looking for this pattern in your input. So normally you can read basically anything. Let's try creating a file. This is the test file, and we'll echo it out to temptest.txt. If we run flag 4 on temptest.txt, we can read the file. So it's basically, yeah. So like Hex Shadow said, it's looking for the relative path. It's actually looking for just the pattern token. You may not access token. But if we give it an absolute file path, then we should be able to bypass it because it doesn't fit the pattern anymore. So in this case, token and /home/flag4 token is not the same thing. It will match any token word in that path name, will it? Hold on. Okay, /home/flag4 token. Ah, okay, so it's looking for any token. Yeah, we should be able to rename... We need to rename the token. So we can rename the token by using a symlink. So, let's see. How do we make... How to create symlinks? how can I symlink a file in Linux? ln-s. lns, let's see. So lns, path to file, path to symlink. Okay. So in this case, yeah, ln-s. So path to file is going to be home flag 4 token. And then the path to the symlink, let's make it tmp not token. Okay, so there should be a file in the temp directory called not token, which is a symlink to the token. So we run flag 04 on home flag 04, no, on temp not tken. Okay, done. Yay, that worked. Okay, so well, we don't actually get shell access in this case, but I don't think that's the point. This level requires you to read the token file, but the code restricts the files that can be read. Okay, you know what? This was really fun. We solved some fun Linux prevest puzzles, and we get to move on to the last part of today's stream. So the last part of today's stream is going to be our challenge, and if you want to do the same challenge we're doing, then you can go over to the dockerlabs.es site and then deploy a Docker container on your security distribution of choice. In our case, it's going to be Kali Linux, and we're going to be downloading this Docker Labs container, and then we're going to deploy it to our machine and do our hacking against it. So before we start, let me go ahead and change my my overlays. Actually, let me increase the time limit. Let's go for 2 hours. Why do I need to click this so many times? Okay, let's do this for 2 hours. We're doing topic 4, which is Docker Labs Elevator, and basically this is going to be a boot to root. We're going to deploy the container, we're going to hack against the container, and we're not going to stop until we get highest level of access, or until 2 hours is up, one or the other. Okay, let's go ahead and start that. So we just downloaded this container over here, and if you want to do the same thing, you're going to need to have Docker installed in your Linux machine, and you want to deploy this link right over here. Let me get out of here. And let's move into the downloads directory where we downloaded that machine. So this machine is called Elevator. Have we not downloaded it yet? I think I'm going to get rid of some of these other zip files because they're kind of big. We should have downloaded that elevator file. Where'd it go? Oh, okay. It took a while to download. Thank you very much for following DTech 3000. Thank you. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about a Jurassic Park?
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
I know this. All right, so we just downloaded the Docker container. We're gonna deploy the Docker container, and it's gonna be on our Kali Linux machine. Then we can access it and hack against it. Okay. So elevator.zip, let's unzip the file. It's taking a little while to unzip. Okay, so for these challenges, we need to deploy them using a script. So the script is called autodeploy. We just need to make that script executable and then run the script. Okay, so I really like the Docker Labs platform, but it does become a little bit inconvenient sometimes because everything is going to be in Spanish because it's a Spanish website, but it's nothing that some Google Translate can't solve. Okay, so we've deployed this Docker container. We need to hack into the Docker container and get root access to it. So after we deploy the container, it's going to be accessible from this IP address right here. And let's go ahead and start this off. So the first thing we typically do when we do these kind of CTF exercises is we run an nmap scan. Nmap is going to let us know which services and ports are open on the target. And when we run the command, it's going to tell us that port 80 is open on this IP address. So port 80 is associated with unencrypted web pages. What? A Scooby-Doo mystery? Embrujado? Is that elevator? So this is where our Google Translate skills are going to come in handy. Okay, so we're going to translate from Spanish, the haunted elevator. Is ascensor haunted or is embrujado? Needs trans shell so you can translate directly in shell. Ascensor, oh, okay, ascend. So the elevator haunted. Embrujado means haunted. Okay. Trans shell. I haven't heard of that before. I don't know if this actually exists or not. Anyways, so this is the haunted elevator, a Scooby-Doo mystery. Interesting. I guess the first thing we should do is we should start doing some enumeration. Translate shell. Translate shell. I guess we need to, well, if we wanted to install this, we'd probably do it somewhere else. But yeah, we got some web apps over here. We can do some web app enumeration. We can run dirb, for instance. We've got some MySQL and PGSQL files. That's kind of weird. But then again, this is code 403, which means we can't access these directly. Okay, so there's an index.html, there's themes, there's JavaScript, themes install MySQL, and PGSQL. This is weird. Themes uploads. Is this... There has to be some sort of... what are they called? CMS. There has to be some sort of CMS that's being used. Okay, Xmetric says probably password setups. There's themes. You can probably use the theme selection for path traversal and include. Maybe. Okay, let's take a look at what's inside this directory here. But before that, let's run one more scan. We'll run the Nikto scan, just because the derb scanner was pretty good for this machine. We'll try using Nikto. We might find some extra stuff. Okay, so this is just an uploads directory. We might be able to do malicious file uploads, who knows. Let's take a look at the web root for the website. This is just... Hold on, let's reload the page. Okay. So this is the haunted elevator. Okay, so before we go any further, I want to take a look at the code for this website. So we can just right-click, we can do View Page Source. We can make sure that there's no weird secrets hiding in here. We're doing some magic here. Mal says, how do you know? So, I mean, this is pretty typical when we take a look at web applications. We take a look at the page source to make sure that there's no like hidden secrets in here. Sometimes there are some. Well, I mean, most of the time you really can't find anything super important inside the code. But for these easy CTF challenges, there's usually something hiding in here. Oh, looks like there's some sort of story going on in here. This is interesting. I think we want to translate all this. Okay, so let's translate it. Sometimes they're hidden forms, sometimes they're hidden values, yeah. Sometimes there's just a lot of hidden stuff. Okay, so Scooby-Doo and his gang arrived at the Mystery Towers Hotel after receiving a frantic call from the manager. Elevator 13 is haunted. It moves by itself, making strange noises. There's something fishy here. Let's investigate. When they opened the elevator doors, they found a secret tunnel leading to the basement. After solving puzzles, avoiding traps, and hearing terrifying laughter, they discovered the culprit. The old butler wanted to scare the guests and use the hotel as a hiding place for his loot. He would have gotten away for it if it weren't for you nosy kids, he shouted while Fred, Daphne, and Velma smiled. Scooby and Shaggy found a pizza in the elevator and of course feasted. Great, great, great. It's all part of the story of this haunted stuff. The butler hiding his loot in the elevator shaft tunnel. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so you know what this tells me? This tells me that we should probably include the Scooby-Doo characters as part of the users list. So I'm just going to nano a users.txt file. Let's see, there's Fred, there's Velma, there's Daphne, there's Scooby-Doo, or Scooby, and there's Shaggy. Are there any characters I'm missing here? The butler? Okay, I think those are all the Scooby-Doo characters. Elevator 13, maybe. Well, I mean, they would probably... It might be named in Spanish, right? So in Spanish, Elevator 13 is... Ascensor 13? Okay, we've got the Spanish names for them. I'm pretty sure that the characters all have the same names. So Shaggy, we got Fred, Daphne, and Velma. Scooby and Shaggy, yeah. So those are all spelled the same. Okay, so The mystery is what? Good thing I've got Google Translate on my side. How do we clear this? Oh, like this. The mystery has been solved. If at sensor class list dot contains open, story.style display equals block, alert, the mystery has been solved. Okay, well, I mean, what's going on here? All I did was click on the button. All I did was click on the button. And then it says that the mystery was solved. That's weird. Okay, and this is the text that we grabbed from the webpage. Well, I mean, this is an HTML page, right? So is this index.html? This is index.html. What are we supposed to be doing from here? There's only one port that's open. Let me scan the ports one more time. We'll scan it slower this time. So this is Apache. So this is the software that's being used to run the server, Apache 2.4.62. Usually the software itself isn't the vulnerable thing, but sometimes, yeah, not this time. Sometimes we can hack the server software itself. Okay, so we're gonna run this again. We're gonna run it slower so that we don't miss any of the ports. But it says that there's only port 80. Okay. Grandplay, hello, nice to see you here. Hope you had a good dinner. I'll probably be having dinner myself in a couple hours. Huh, that's weird. Oh, it looks like the maximum amount of time I can set my timer for is 60 minutes. That's kind of weird. The labs again. Yeah. We're doing Docker labs. Okay, so our webnap enumeration went this way. Let's try... running some Ferrix Buster. So Ferrix Buster is a more... powerful directory busting tool. For some reason, there were MySQL files, PGSQL files, there were text files. Let's look for some zip files, PHP, HTML. What else could we look for? I think this is a pretty good starter. Alright, let's hit the... Okay, so we got themes, we got JavaScript, we've got uploads. Alright, in the meantime, while this directory busting scan is working, we're just going to go back and investigate this a little bit more. The mystery of the haunted elevator. So, I'm not too sure what we're supposed to be paying attention to here. Oh, there's an themes upload.php page. Themes upload.php, huh? Hold on. I mean, the page exists, but it doesn't give us anything when we access it. So this doesn't tell us too much. And there's an archivo.html. So archivo means file, right? Let me check that really quick. Archivo means file. An archive. Archivo means archive. Okay, so let's check out this archivo.html endpoint. If you do control-click, the page opens in the browser. Control-click. Okay, so it looks like we've got some sort of file upload endpoint here. So we need to... Well, we can try uploading a JPEG file or something. I think I got one on my desktop. No? Let's try uploading this. Okay, so it tells us where the file is uploaded to. And let's see if we can upload something malicious. So we'll try... Actually, we don't need to upload anything malicious yet. Let's just try uploading like a text file. So can we upload a text file? Can we upload anything else? So we'll choose our text file in our temp directory. Okay, so I guess we can only upload files with an extension .jpeg. If it's only checking for the extension .jpeg, we might be able to rename the file. Let's create a file called users.jpeg.txt and see if we can upload that. So if we can upload that, then we can evade the filter pretty easily. So it still says that we can only upload files with the .jpeg extension, which means that it's using something other than just the file name. So I'm just going to boot up my burp suite. We'll use burp suite to help us get the malicious file upload working. But Gruntplay, congratulations one more time on getting your OSCP. What kind of so OSCP is basically Active Directory testing now, right? I think how many Active Directory machines were on the network? So I think it's like three Active Directory machines, and one of them is domain controller. And then maybe an extra 2 Linux machines or something like that. Maybe a Windows machine that's not AD. Okay, Severity asks, why should I use Docker for pen testing? Severity, why should I use Docker for pen testing? Well, I mean, are you talking about real life pen testing, or are you talking about education? Docker is a really good tool for, in general, if you want to isolate something. When you're doing like these pen testing exercises, we're using Docker because it's very convenient. We can just download the Docker containers, we can deploy them, we can hack against them, and then after we're done with them, we can put them away. Thank you very much, SNR Tech, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. But yeah, I mean, it really depends on the specifics of the question, Severity. Let me know exactly what you mean, and then I can better answer your question. Okay, let's give you a Hack the Planet SNR tech. SRN tech, rather.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
But yeah, I mean, we're basically using Docker containers as a lab environment. So the lab environment here are vulnerable servers that we can hack against. Okay, so let's see. We're going to open up our Burp Suite browser so that we can intercept all the requests from the web application, and they're going to be recorded by Burp Suite. So in this case, we're going to get this web app here with the file upload endpoint so that we can do testing against it by putting it in the Burp Suite browser. So HackShadow says, when Docker became a cool tool for pen testing, wasn't that for spawning virtualized isolated containers? Although not totally isolated. OS Wrestling Indonesia asks, did I just witness the hacking? So we were playing a game earlier. It was called The Witness. So it was just kind of a play on words. We're playing The Witness. We're doing hacking. So we're witnessing and we're hacking and we're doing all that stuff. Okay, so we need to figure out how the file upload is working in this case. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to get a file to upload. The file we're going to upload is going to be a JPEG file. And it's going to be the smallest JPEG file possible. Okay, so we got our simple JPEG file here. We're going to copy it to our directory so that we can try uploading it. I thought I was witnessing the hacking. No worries, no worries. We're here to teach people how to do hacking. We're trying to hack a file upload endpoint right now, so we're trying to upload malicious files. So we're just going to go back here. We're going to choose our really small JPEG file. We're going to try to upload this. Okay, so we're able to successfully upload it. And it uploaded it with the random name, but that's fine. We're okay with the random name as long as we know exactly what it is. Let's go back to Burp Suite. Let's see. XCOM Comcad. Comcad, is that your name? Do you know how to crack SSH passwords? Yeah, well, I mean, SSH passwords crack SSH passwords. I mean, when you attack SSH, you're usually not cracking. You're usually doing brute force attacks. Unless you're talking about SSH private keys, in which case you are doing cracking. Let me know which one you're talking about. The Namasher says, what are you doing? So we're trying to hack a file upload endpoint. So we're trying to figure out how the file upload works, and if we can figure out how it works, we can try to upload a malicious file. Xmetric says, convert is king when you need on-demand JPEGs. Convert from ImageMagick. I don't think I've ever done that before. Comcad says, either one, I just want to get in. We can't, listen. If you're trying to do some actual criminal hacking, we can't help you here because we don't do that. But if you're asking about, you know, the theory about how to do this stuff, then maybe we can talk about it. Convert size 1x1 out.jpg. Generates a simple JPEG file. I wonder if it's on Kali Linux. Let me check. So convert size 1x1 out.jpg. No images defined. I don't think it was created. Okay, anyways. No worries, no worries. Okay, let's go back. So we got our Burp Suite history. This is where we successfully uploaded the file. So this is the request. We put it in the repeater. And we need to figure out how this is being filtered. If you're ever feeling up to it, I have a home lab that I can use to mess around with. So I mean, Comcat, I mean, here's the thing. I can't hack anybody's stuff without permission. And even with permission, we have to draw up legal contracts so that I don't get sued. And I certainly can't do it on stream. 'Cause, you know, nobody knows whether or not I'm hacking legally or illegally when it's just me hacking a random server. Are you going to DEF CON? DC33? What is DC33? So you're doing self-teaching. Well, I mean, if you want to figure out how to do SSH brute force attacks, I've got a video for that. So let me grab my page. I'm currently attacking a real world target. That's crazy, man. Yeah. If I was attacking, you know, like actual servers out on the internet that aren't educational servers, I would be in really big trouble. Okay, so let's see. Let's find an example of one of the SSH brute force. Okay, so maybe we could do... Yeah, break my SSH. Why don't you go ahead? I got some educational servers you can try. How about some harvard.edu? Yeah, that's not exactly what I was thinking of. But I left a link for the video that talks about breaking into SSH. You can go ahead and take a look at that if you like. Okay, so we need to figure out how the application is filtering to make sure that this is an SSH. This is an image file that we're sending. Okay, this is fine. Can we strip out everything but the magic bytes? So the magic bytes are this portion over here, the Yoya. Yoya JF something something. I think we can strip out everything in the file except for those magic bytes, and we'll test to see if we can actually send it afterwards. Okay, this is a test, then we send that. Okay, that works. I think it's actually checking because the contents, yeah, the content length. I mean, the content length, it didn't really matter in this case. It just kind of like Burp Suite did I think Burp Suite corrected it for us. Yeah, Burp is going to update the length there. So we could try sending some PHP code. Let's see. What is that? So there's that really small rev shell that we can do. revshells.com. Okay, and the reverse shell we're going to use is like a PHP command one. PHP command small. So this is the really small PHP web shell. Xmetric says, pay to watch the stream on the darknet of actual hacking. Yeah. Alright, so let's go ahead and, where are we? Here. We're just going to paste in the PHP code. That's going to get us our web shell. We'll try sending this. Oh, you know, we need to change the name of the file itself. So if we're not able to give this a PHP file extension, then this isn't going to work. Let's see if this works. Okay, so it's actually checking to see. So the image content, this is image. The problem is that the name of the file is PHP, but we can actually, we'll try double barreling it. So .jpeg and .php to see if this works. Okay, so we've kind of, it's probably not even checking MIME. So let's see, I didn't know that this website existed. Which website are you talking about? So Comcad, what kind of hacking are you looking to learn, and what is your background? I can recommend some stuff. It really depends on what you already know, because what you already know is going to. Oh, you're talking about revshells.com? Yeah, revshells.com is a pretty common website that you use when you're doing hacking exercises. Okay, so it's still filtering us based on oh, you know what? It could be that it's checking for PHP. So we can try PH. How about PHTML? Or some other extension? Okay, so we'll save this out. We'll save out this request, and we'll try to see if we can do some fuzzing. Change image JPEG to plain text or PHP. I mean, it's not letting us. Well, okay, let me give it a shot. We want to upload a PHP file. We'll try editing the content type. So let's see, what is the MIME type for PHP? What's in the MIME type for PHP? This is going to be, what is it? MIME type manual, okay. Application octet stream. Yeah, I think this is what we're looking for. A MIME is a terrible thing to waste. I thought it was the opposite. I thought a MIME is a wonderful thing to waste. Okay, let's application octet stream. It's gonna give us the same. It's gonna give us the same error message though. It's gonna say that it's only permitted to upload JPEG files. Okay. Comcad says, try null byte. Where do we insert the null byte though? So do we insert the null byte in the name or somewhere else? So it's basically specific about the file ending in JPEG. It doesn't mean it won't serve the PHP properly as a JPEG. It doesn't mean it won't serve the PHP properly. I mean, I've never seen a file upload attack where the file extension wasn't .php though. Okay, so Comcat says, I know how to set up a server, VMs, Docker containers, and been dabbling in deploying my own AI server. I typically only know how to code via vibe coding. I can read code, but I can't write it. Okay. I've done a bit of web development through vibe coding. I'm on a home lab. It works sometimes. I have seen. I mean, Hex Shadow. I mean, I've never seen it, but I'll believe you. Sure. I have when it's used as RFI. I don't know if. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we can use RFI in this case. But what else? So, Comcat, I think one thing you should really aim to do is understand how to. I mean, learning a little bit about coding would be very, very helpful. I mean, the other thing is, what is your end goal with learning about cybersecurity stuff? Do you want to become like a security tester, or do you want to become someone who works in the security office, the operations center, or is it something else? Okay, let's play some moody space music. Can you upload multiple files? Maybe it only checks the first. That's a good question. Can we upload multiple files? Where is... This is the website. So if we can... I don't think we can select multiple files here. Yeah, we can only select one. Okay, I mean... There's the uploads directory here. Yeah. This is a test. This doesn't work. Oh, file name // JPEG. // It's executing. Is it? I mean, this is just. Hold on. Let me try uploading the thing with the web shell. So this is the one with the web shell. We'll try just giving it a JPEG extension. Okay, so this is 722.jpg. 3722. I mean, we got a thing here. Oh my god. I can't believe it works. I can't believe we uploaded a JPEG extension, but it executes as PHP code. I've seen it now. I just didn't think it was possible, but I guess anything's possible when you're doing magic on the internet with, you know, file upload stuff. This doesn't happen in real life anymore. Well, let's hope not. But apparently it works in this case. Hex Shadow says, I strongly believe PHP will work with the JPEG extension. Hex Shadow, you are correct. Best practices have kind of eliminated this, but I mean, not everybody follows best practices. Okay, so from here we can do command execution. Comcat says, "Are you hosting this website?" So I mean, we're just this is a Docker container. So all of the exercises that we are using they're available on this website over here. Let me get the website. So it's called Docker Labs, and these are basically vulnerable Docker containers that you can deploy and then hack against. Is this, or is this, no. These websites would never be in production. That would be a very, very bad thing. But basically, this is a Docker container that we deployed on our own machine. So it's a Docker container working on top of our Kali Linux machine that we're using for security testing. So is it because of htaccess settings? Well, I'm not too sure. Okay, so if somebody in chat knows exactly why the JPEG file is executing PHP code, let us know, because I'm not entirely sure what is going on here myself. Okay, so from here we can figure out if there's BusyBox on the target. That would be nice. Oh, there's BusyBox. sorry everybody. You'd have to inspect the back end of that server. So yeah, we're hosting it on our own machine. It's not open to the internet. That would be a very bad idea. So okay, so there's BusyBox, which means we can use a BusyBox payload to get a reverse shell access. Which means what we need to do is we need to start up our reverse shell listener. So what we want to do is we want to force the web server to communicate with our attacker machine and create shell access by having the victim machine call out to the attacker machine. We can use rev shells again to craft that reverse shell payload. And we're going to use the BusyBox netcat. We need to supply it with an IP address and a port. The IP address for this is going to be this one right here. So XShadow says definitely due to bad configurations. When we saw original JPEG, it was just spitting its content, which makes 70% chances of executing PHP. So I mean, we can't even. I don't think we can even look at like a proper. We can't even look at a proper JPEG on this server. Whoops, where are we? So uploads. So the first file that we sent was a legitimate JPEG, but even the legitimate JPEG doesn't render as a JPEG. So I guess that's a very big indication that the server is going to execute stuff as code instead of as the regular file. Okay, so let's we got ads going on Twitch, so we ran them on YouTube. And let's go ahead and put on some birds, because we love our birds. Let's do this bird. Having fun with the peanuts. Okay, we'll be back in about 20 seconds. Just need to have a little water break. Okay, let's put the birds away and let's get back to the hacking. So Compat says it's probably because it was just meant to be download. I mean, you would never have a web server that can't display image files. It just doesn't make any sense. But there's definitely some Xmetric says holy blue dipped birdie bird. Blue dipped. That's kind of that's interesting. Okay. So BusyBox is so rare nowadays, I don't even consider using it for rev shells, and I've never learned to use it. So I mean, the great thing about rev shells is that the great thing about BusyBox is that BusyBox has a bunch of utilities on it, and I'm pretty sure it's installed on Kali Linux. I'm not too sure if it's installed by default on any other. BusyBox. If you've got BusyBox, you have access to all sorts of great utility programs like netstat and netcat with the execute flag enabled, which is really nice sometimes. Okay, so what were we doing? Okay, so we got our BusyBox payload, which we're going to use to get shell access on the machine. So we use the web shell to execute the reverse shell payload. Xmetric says, almost all hacking pentesting environments are custom curated to make it easy to achieve a goal. In the real world, it is hyper unrealistic. Well, I mean, I'll take my wins where I can get them. If in a real world environment, everything's going to be much harder. That's true. That's certainly true. On all Alpine images, they've got BusyBox, especially Docker containers. It makes it a lightweight elimination of many commands with just BusyBox. But I wonder if you're saving space by using BusyBox instead of those other utility commands. Okay, we should have gotten our reverse shell connection. Yeah, we got a reverse shell connection over here. Who am I? We're www.data, which Python 3. Whoa, there's no Python at all. Which Python 2? Still good to know. I mean, it's good to know all these techniques because you never know which ones you're going to be using well, you never know what's going to come in handy later on. It's good to learn to understand the mechanisms and tools and the thought processes. Yeah, there's no Python. We can't upgrade our shell with Python. I think we can upgrade our shell with script as well, but I forget what the command is to upgrade with script. Usually, I mean, it's been a while since I've used this. Okay, so HackTricks is a great website you can use to learn about hacking stuff. So if anybody knows the command to upgrade your netcat shell with script, let me know because I hate having to look this up every time. So if you want to take a look at the same website, this is the link right here. It's called HackTricks, book.hacktricks.xyz. Okay, so let's see. Reverse shells, and then full TTYs. Just look it up every time, of course. So full TTYs, Python script. So the script command can be used to upgrade your shell, and this is the payload. Okay. So that's why some people take notes, I guess. That's true. Sucks, you'd usually use pty.spawn bash, usually, yeah. I mean, it's hard to find Linux environments where you can't use Python. Okay, so we've upgraded our shell. I guess what we can do is we can call in Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about how we got into this system. Okay. So let me call Scary Hacker Voice Man, and then he'll talk about how we broke in.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Elevator Administrator, it seems like you enjoy putting fan fiction on your landing page about Scooby-Doo. That is really cringe. But aside from that, you seem to like including upload endpoints on your website which have weird code. And the weird code is able to execute PHP, even though the file extension is .jpeg. That is a big mistake. We leveraged this mistake to upload real PHP code and then leveraged it into a web shell, which we turned into a reverse shell and got access. Maybe you knew about these security flaws, or maybe you decided it was an acceptable risk. Well, you accepted the risk. Ha 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 ha. And now we're in.
Okay, so, what have I missed in chat? Now you get root. Ideally, now we get root. Comcat says, can you get onto the Docker host? Yeah, we have access to the Docker host right now. If we can, whether or not we can just access Docker normally, I think we can. I'm not too sure which commands we do it. We do it with offhand, but we managed to break in using the vulnerability, which is much better. And Mohammed, thank you very much for supplying the script command. We found it eventually, thank you very much. And Xmetric as well. Okay, so Defa says, it's hard to find environments with BusyBox installed, and it's hard to find web servers interpreting .jpeg as PHP, so kind of a special box. Did you get into the Docker container, or the server that's running Docker? So, I mean, the server that's running Docker is the Kali Linux box. So my attacking box is the one that is that has the Docker container deployed. So HeckShadow says, I'm sure, 75% sure this container has Alpine image specific for PHP. That's the reason for not having Python in this Docker machine. So Alpine doesn't have Python installed? Hold on. So uname-a. I mean, it just says Linux here for the installation. For the OS. Captain Starlost. Captain Starlost, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Much appreciated. You are now HackerFrog. Why don't you have a hack the planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so Ken VDX says it's hard to sound evil and nerdy at the same time. It's hard. I guess putting on the scary voice, it's half the job right there. Run Docker PS. Docker PS? Well, I mean, yeah, sure. So Docker PS. So this is the elevator image here. It's running as this. I mean, if we wanted to, we could probably just log in as the root user or something by running Docker with sudo. But, I mean, the point of the challenge is to get in via other means. HeckShadow says, you can see the Docker file in the same path where the script was. Yeah, I mean, we deployed the Docker container from our download directory over here, and we used a script to deploy the container as well. Okay, so let's figure out how to get root. So the first thing we do, whenever we try to get we're trying to elevate our privileges, is we run sudo l. Okay, so it looks like we're gonna have like some sort of gauntlet of Scooby-Doo characters. So if we take a look at the home directory, the home directory doesn't have any directories inside of it. That's weird. Ken PDX says, Comcat says, I really like this. I mean, listen. You can do this yourself. You know Docker. You can probably get yourself some Kali Linux and do some hacking It's not super hard. I mean, it's hard if you don't know how to do it. It sounds like you already know how to deploy Docker containers. You should be able to do stuff like this. No users. I mean, there are users, they just don't have home directories. So if we take a look at the password file, there's Scooby, there's Fred, there's Shaggy, there's... Why did they spell Velma Vilma? Is that the Spanish spelling? Masterism, thank you very much for following on Twitch. You're now HackerFrog? Why don't you have a keyboard cat? Because maybe they don't know how to spell. I mean, maybe Vilma is how you spell it in Spanish. Not sure. But it looks like we have to do like a gauntlet for privilege escalation. So we can run bin n env as Daphne. So we just need to become the Daphne user, and then from Daphne we would become another user. Thank you very much. Mohammed says, you may need to fully upgrade your shell. I mean, I try not to fully upgrade my shell if I don't need to, because when you're using the rlwrap command, you can do most of the stuff that you can do with your standard shell. The only thing you can't do is you can't clear the screen, you can't use terminal text editors, but aside from that, it's almost all the capabilities of like an SSH shell. But so for most of these pseudo binaries that are very common, we like to use the following website. So it's called GTFO bins. And on this website, you can figure out if you can figure out how to do privilege escalation with a bunch of common Linux binaries. So for example, env, we've got sudo with that. So we can sudo env bin sh or bin bash, and that's how you would elevate privileges that way. Okay, so in this case, we're just going to run sudo env as the Daphne user, and we're going to run bin bash, because bin bash is much better than bin sh. Ken PDX, shell upgrades with no ads for only $9.95 per month. Ask me for a promo code. If only we could get them with no ads. Okay, so we're now the Daphne user, and if we do sudo l again, it's just going to tell us we can do sudo with another user. In this case, Vilma, the Ash shell. There's an Ash. You know what? This might be Alpine. Because who was it that was talking about Alpine earlier? Was it Hex Shadow? Or was it somebody else? Because the Ash shell is a type of terminal that's very common to Alpine machines. But yeah, bin ash is basically the same as bin bash. It's slightly different. So we can just do sudo user Vilma ash -p. Now we're the Vilma user, because we managed to do privilege escalation again using the ash binary. So we can run as the Shaggy user, Ruby. So this is a gauntlet. This is a privilege escalation gauntlet. So to become the Shaggy user, we have to use Ruby, and Ruby is another one of these very well-known privilege escalation binaries. So Ruby is a scripting language. And as a scripting language, it can do all sorts of things, including use system commands. So we would run sudo ruby execute bin sh or bin bash. So it's pretty straightforward. paste in your command. We're running into Shaggy. We're running bin bash because it's much cooler than bin sh. We're now the Shaggy user, and this is probably... As Fred, we can run Lua. So Lua is another scripting language. Or at least I'm pretty sure that Lua is another scripting language. I've heard of it, but I've never really used it before. Lua. So Lua is another scripting language. We can elevate our privileges with it as usual to run system commands. Pretty standard stuff. Lua is used in games, especially WoW. World of Warcraft, huh? Lua is mostly used to configure NeoVim. Do you need to use Lua, or can you use something else? Okay, so we're going to run the sudo command as the Fred user, and we're going to run bin bash. Okay, and now we're gonna figure out what this person can do. We can elevate our privileges to Scooby using GCC. GCC is a compiler that is very common on Linux systems. Okay, so GCC. So if we can run sudo, if the binary is allowed to be run as superuser by sudo, we would run GCC with a wrapper to run system commands. And we can run the system command bin sh. Yay! Okay. Metrics, hello! You got one of your messages restricted. That's funny. Okay, so we're gonna run this as the Scooby user. We're gonna run bash. Now we're the Scooby user. And finally we can we can just run the sudo command as root. We can run the sudo command as root. So we just run sudo switch user, so just sudo su, and that's this. We can run it as the root user. That makes us the root user. Oh wait, it's asking for the password. I wonder. We got the syntax incorrect there. Okay, so just run sudo. Sudo, maybe specify a specific user. Hold on. Let me just check here. So I've never seen the sudo command itself as a sudo command we can run. So sudo, oh, right, we need to do it twice. So it's sudo something something. Okay, sudo bin bash. Okay, that makes us root. Who am I? I am root, which means we can run this command right here. See if you can recognize the movie.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so we're now root, yeah. Alright, so because there are no specific, it's the holy Batman. Holy Batman. So we can move into the root directory, and there's MySQL history, there's stuff here. I guess the interesting thing that we would want to check out in this case is how exactly PHP is configured. That makes it able to execute the code inside of random files. I'm not too sure which configuration file we'd have to take a look at. But what we're going to do is we're going to do some web page defacement. So by web page defacement, I basically mean changing the contents of a web page. The htrouter.php would be my first peek. So cat htrouter.php. There's probably something in this configuration file that makes everything execute as code. Serve the requested resource as is. PHP is clearly handling the serving of files. Yeah. Work around the PHP bug. Work around the PHP bug. Work backwards through the path to check if the script exists, otherwise fall back to index.php. So I'm not going to pretend that I really understand PHP very much. What we can do is we can just grab this, and we can ask the AI to explain it to us. Sis32Dreams, thank you very much for ask the AI. Well, I mean, listen. I would like to learn how to code in PHP, but for now, sometimes I just need to take the L and ask for an explanation. But hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
You know, if this was 2 years ago, then I would probably be searching all over the place and, you know, looking into like Stack Overflow threads and stuff like that. But since we've got a handy-dandy helper. Okay, so somewhere in this code is a setting that allows all file extensions to be run as PHP code. Which setting is it? Okay. Click link, scroll down to green check mark. The golden the golden era of learning. Yeah, I mean, that's what we did when we looked at Stack Overflow stuff. Green check mark. Why Claude? Claude is usually a lot better at doing coding stuff. That's why Claude. I mean, apparently, people tell me that Claude is much better at coding, but require script file name maybe. Okay, this didn't go through. Let's try it again. Looking at this PHP router code, there isn't a setting that allows all file extensions to be run as PHP code. There is a key behavior that's close to what you're describing. The critical part is this section. If file exists, path, return. This is a setting that determines the behavior. When return false is executed, it tells PHP's built-in development server to serve the file using its default handler. For PHP's built-in server, the default behavior is files with PHP extension are executed as PHP code. Any file without a recognized static file extension is also passed to PHP for processing. So, while this isn't exactly allowing all file extensions to be run as PHP, the return false statement effectively enables the server's default behavior where unknown file types get processed by PHP. Okay, so there it is. Require script file name, cat the htaccess, and look for PHP to be set to be parse whatever file extension. So the htaccess, let's take a look. What directory am I in? Oh, okay. The htaccess is a hidden file. htaccess. Okay, so bingo, maybe not bingo, but it's a dot file. So files match .js, .gz, .css, .gz serve correctly in correct encoding type. So it's probably in, so whatever's not in the list over here is going to be interpreted as PHP. So the only things that it serves correctly are stuff like CSS and JavaScript. That's really funny. Okay. Alright, so the last thing we're going to do is we're going to deface the web page. They could have just they could have just put a JPEG there to fix it. I mean, if that's true, then we would do... Let's see, how can we edit this? So .htaccess, let's try editing it, and then we'll upload a new one. So here, local services, let's, whoops, let me get out of here. We don't need Burp Suite anymore, we'll close this off. Okay, so .htaccess is this. Let me copy it, and then we'll make our own. We'll make our own copy, and then we'll do some testing. Okay, so nano.htaccess. Okay, so all we would need to do is include the .jpeg file here, and then everything would be good, right? Okay, so we got ads running on Twitch, so we'll run one on YouTube, and let's put on some birds. How about my favorite birds? These are my favorite birds. Anyways, enjoy the bird bath, the bird bathing birds, and we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just need to have a little water break. If you need to get up and stretch or use the washroom, now's the time to do so. Okay, so let's see. Mr. Poolshot says, no, that's for compressing the files for the trip to the browser. You keep erasing by the top, which is the PHP settings. So HeckShadow says you can do lsla bin. If it's Alpine, most of them are going to point to BusyBox. If I want to confirm if it's Alpine 100% or not. Okay, let's go ahead and try this out. So let's see, shell access, lsla bin. That points to user bin. I mean, bye-bye birds. Well, they'll be back. Well, they'll be back later. They'll be back later. Oh, we need to include the last... I mean, does this look like Alpine? Okay, so Mr. Poolshot says you keep racing by the top, which is the PHP settings. So the top, hold on. So here, PHP settings, files match. What are we looking for here? Engine, Inc, info, install, make theme. So I guess we're looking, these are file extensions. Oh, these are valid file extensions that it's looking for, right? Okay, can you show the Docker file? It will be in the same directory where the auto script is. So the Docker file, I'm pretty sure that the Docker file is here. Hold on. The Docker file itself is tarred up. But I suppose we could untar tar. Actually, let me make a copy of this first. Copy, make directory. Temp. And then we'll copy the elevator tar file. Elevator.tar to temp. And then we'll move in there and untar the thing. Tar. Okay, so we got, it's probably in the blobs here. There's definitely a Docker command in the shell script. Yeah, hold on. Let's take a look at the auto deploy script. I mean, I'm not exactly sure. It probably specifies which container, yeah. So the container is going to be container name, image name. So let's see. Where do they define these things? Oh, here we go. So we got image name, container name. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we were gonna do some defacement over here. I'm gonna save it. Okay, and let's go ahead and serve some files. It's a custom-made container. That's nice. We'll look into it myself later. Yeah, I mean, I wish I knew more about Docker itself. I mostly just use Docker as a tool. I don't know very much about the guts of Docker. It would be nice. Okay, so where were we? We should probably edit our file here. so we're gonna nano and edit the index.html file. Oh. Where is it? index.php. We got indeed.html. Oh, I misspelled it. Let's move indeed.html to index.html. And edit the file. Huh, that's weird. Let's get rid of that file. Hex Shadow says, well, wait, I will grab a resource, we'll explain it deeply, specifically describes how to make our own container, but clears many things about Docker. Hex Shadow, yeah, sure, if you want to. Okay, so let me go over to the HackerFrogs GitHub repository so I can download our defacement files. Yeah, we got these over here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're just going to leave a message for the server administrators, just to prove that we hacked the server here. It's not really for anybody, but it's kind of a fun thing to do. We've got a little page that we're going to deface and replace the index.html page. So this is July 14th. Yeah, July 14th. And we're just going to write a little message for the administrator here. Okay, so we've got a YouTube link here. Let me grab it. And what's the YouTube video about? Containers from scratch. Okay. So if you want to figure out some stuff about Docker containers, go ahead and check out Hex Shadow's link. Okay, so let's see. Hello, elevator admins. You've just been hacked by the HackerFrogs. Thank you very much for subscribing, ATN, is that how you pronounce that name? Thank you very much. Let's give you a Nyan Cat. Welcome to the stream. You might want to check the settings on your web server because it's currently executing PHP code inside of JPEG files. That's not ideal. We were able to leverage this into a PHP web shell, then reverse shell access. We also did your sudo permission salad with all the users on your system. Thanks for the access, and better luck next time. Sincerely, the Shy Hat. Okay, great.
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the devil's bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the devil's bedroom.
Okay, so Hex Shadow says, let's see. Okay, I've read those messages before. Says 32 Dreams, I didn't get my own, you didn't get your own music. Sis 32 Dreams, let me give you one just for you, okay? Here's all the things. Drink all the booze and hack all the things.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We also did your laundry and loaded the dishwasher. Yeah, you know what? We might as well be good guys about it. This is what we do. Mr. Pulshaw says, I think what you want to look a little lower, or just grep PHP htaccess, look for add handler blah 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 about PHP version. I mean, we can... Let's go ahead and save out this file. We will upload this to the target. Over here. And what are we looking for again? We're looking for the htaccess. So cat.htaccess and grep for add handler. Blah 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 about PHP version, or look at the Apache code file. So where would we find the Apache code file? But we can go ahead and upload our .17.17.01 index.html. Then check the Apache conf, since it's not there. Apache, is it apache.conf? Find /name apache.conf. Looks for etc apache conf.d. Cat etc apache conf.d. There's no Apache directory. It might be somewhere else, because it seems like we're using a weird distribution of Linux. It's htbd.conf. Hold on, let me upload the hflogo.png file. Okay. Find /name conf.d. Okay, conf.d is located in apache2 conf.d. I would ps aux to see what's running. That's also a directory. Okay, let's take a look inside. We can also run the psaux. So PHP settings modules, okay. I mean, we could look deeper into this. We'd probably look deeper into this a little bit later, but for now, let's go ahead and take a look at our defaced webpage. It didn't get saved. Or it didn't save it to the correct file. Index.html.1. Okay, let's get rid of index.html. Let's move index.html.1 to index.html. And then we can reload the page. Okay, this is the message. Hello, elevator admins. You've just been hacked by the HackerFrogs. You might want to check the settings on your web server because it's currently executing PHP code inside of JPEG files. That is not ideal. We were able to leverage this into a PHP web shell, then reverse shell access. We also did your pseudo permission salad with all of the users on the system. Thank you for the access and better luck next time. Sincerely, the Shy Hat. So, dated.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Sincerely, the Shy Hat, dated July 14th, 2025. Thank you very much for redeeming Jurassic Park Hex Shadow. Thank you. Let's see. Well, old school is etc. HTTP conf and confd. Find etc. HTTPD can be fun. Can it? Hold on. Find / name HTTPD. We've got a bunch of processes where we don't have permissions. So there's no file on the system called HTTPD. That's kind of unusual. We could also look for conf.d. In which case we got this directory, but don't think there's anything that we can really look at in there. Just all this stuff. Okay, let's put on some new music. It's called Apache, but you want to find etc. HTTP and let it. HexShadow says many of its structure correlates to Alpine, but it's not Alpine. Things are getting weirder and weirder. I think they might have modified some. They might have modified Alpine, kind of. Not sure. Find etc. HTTPD. Well, okay, it's etc. HTTPD. Yeah, that directory doesn't exist. It's okay. It's okay. Maybe we can move on to the next challenge because we got a little bit of time left. I guess since we have a little bit of time left, we could also do more challenges from Alpine credits where home owners get approved. That's true. That's true, Comcad. Okay, we can go back to exploit the education website rather. Is that machine still running? It is still running, okay. So we can go back and we can do some Linux challenges until we run out of time. Okay, so we can shut down the Docker container. How many shells did we start? We started like a dozen shells on this machine. How many times did we do exit? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 layers. 8 layers of user access to get back to the our original prompt. Okay, we can shut down the Docker container, and then we can solve some more challenges from the Nebula lab. So if you're interested in the Nebula lab, it teaches you about how to do all sorts of great Linux hacking stuff. This is the site right over here. Thank you very much, Neurobot. Thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. I appreciate that a lot. hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, so we just finished level number 5. And wait, did we finish level number 5? I don't remember. Okay, so we finished this level with the token that we had to symlink, and we're currently on level number 5. If you want to take a look at what we're what we're hacking on this level, here for the hacking, that's what we're doing. So let me log into this level, and then we'll figure out how we need to solve it. This is... whoops. SSH as level 5. Okay, so let's figure out what we need to do to solve this level. So to do this level, log into the level 5 account. Files for this level can be found in home flag 5. Check the flag 05 home directory. You're looking for weak directory permissions. I think I already know how to solve this level, but Brian's GSS, thank you. Hello, nice to see you here. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about we give you a keyboard cat? Welcome to the stream. Okay, Comcad. Unfortunately, Keyboard Cat is on. I think it's on a 2-minute cooldown. So try again in 2 minutes, and you should be able to get it working. Okay, so we're looking for weak directory permissions. So if we take a look at inside the directory here, we see that there's a backup directory and there's an SSH directory. So we could use either one of these. The SSH directory we don't have read access to, but the backup directory we do. So we can enter the backup directory. And then there is a tar file in here. So TGZ. What kind of file is this? So it's gzip compressed data for Unix. We can actually transfer this over to our Kali Linux box. We're just going to read the file. We're going to convert the binary file's contents into base64. And then we're going to clipboard it and then copy it over to Kali Linux. Brian's GSS says, "Are you Spanish?" No, I'm not Spanish.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Thank you, Comcad, for redeeming Hack the Planet. Why would you think? Well, okay, we're hacking on Spanish websites. That doesn't necessarily mean that we are Spanish. Okay, what are we doing here? So we're just going to echo out whatever was in that file. We're just going to call it file dot. What is it? What is the file extension again? TGZ. TGZ. We need to echo this out. We need to pipe it into base64 decode. And this is a fun little way we can transfer files without creating any network traffic. Okay, so this is gzip. So if it's gzip, we do gunzip, so gunzip, then the file name, and then afterwards there's a tar file here. So we need to make sure This is tar. Okay, so we tar unzip this file. These are SSH keys. I just saw the Docker prompt in Spanish. So can you send that key, the decode command? So if you need to move a file that's, well, it's in particular binary files, you can just get the base64 encoded version of the file and you can decode it on the other side. So you would run something like this. So it's cat file name, and then base64 decode it. You base64 encode it, and then on the other end, you would echo base64 contents, and then pipe that into base64 decode, and then redirect that into original file name, like this. Okay, so what do we find here? So we've got some SSH keys. So in particular, we can pay attention to .sh ID RSA, and this is probably the SSH key, the SSH private key for the flag 5 user. So we're just going to go into the .sh directory. We're going to make sure that the file permissions are correct. So ID RSA has the correct file permissions, so that's good. Ahmed says, where do you find keeping these CTFs? I collect these. That's going in my notes. It's a very fun little it's a fun little trick. It doesn't work for very large files. It works for files that are under like a megabyte or so. Okay, Brian, is this box Edwin Seb? Hello, nice to see you. I'm sorry I missed your message earlier. Edwin Seb says, is this a box from Hack the Box? No, this is not Hack the Box. This is e.education. So this is the current level we're doing right now. It's good enough for RSA keys. Well, I mean, for RSA keys, you don't need to base64 encode it. So this trick right here, it's only really valid for binary files. If the file contents are all text, then you don't need to base64 encode it. You can just copy and paste on the clipboard directly. Ad running, yep. Let me put an ad on YouTube, and then let's put on some birds. Okay, so enjoy the bird video. We will be back in about 50 seconds, just have to take a little water break. If you need to get up and stretch or use the washroom, now's the time to do so. Okay, Shameless Abyss asks, do you have a GitHub account with any public repositories? Yeah, I mean, everything that we do on HackerFrogs, we keep on the HackerFrogs GitHub, and the HackerFrogs GitHub is located over here. I'll give you a link. There you go. Okay, so in this case, we've got the ID RSA key for the flag 05 user. So what can we do with that? We can log in as that user. So we just have to do SSH, let's see, -i, ID RSA, to specify we're using the key to log in. We're logging in as the flag 5 user. And what was the IP address? This is the IP address. Okay, they're asking for the password. We don't know the password. Wait, shouldn't you be using the IDRSA file? Or should we be doing that from inside the server itself? Hold on. Let's create the file in the temp directory. These are like mini challenges, kind of like echoCTF. Yeah, I mean, these are small little challenges. But they're a lot of fun. Okay, so Ahmed says, "Are you a programmer? Like, besides hacking, do you do any stuff like full stack and other things?" So I do. I learned everything through hacking. Stan CU Liao, thank you very much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Thank you very much. That's very generous, and I appreciate that a lot. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about the Devil's Bedroom?
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom.
Okay, so in the temp directory, we still have all of our stuff here from earlier levels. I guess we can make an IDRSA file in here as well. Paste that in. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Ahmed says, "It was the other way around for me. Like, I started programming and found problems in my code, so I learned hacking." Next Shadow says, "I think getting the IDRC was the whole point, and we have to move on to the next level." What website are you using for the CTFs? So, Frank Tejeda, this is what we're using for the current CTF challenges we're doing. It's a pretty good website. You need to know a little bit about deploying your own virtual machines, but it's really nice because they've got all the challenges over here, and you can, if you get stuck on any levels, you should be able to find some sort of write-ups online to help you out and figure out what's going on. So I guess let me try logging in as the flag 05 user. We may or may not need to. So SSH localhost. Oh, wait. I need to change the file permissions first. chmod 600 IDRSA. SSH IDRSA as flag 05 at localhost. Okay, yeah, awesome. So we actually logged in to the flag 05 account by stealing the flag 05 account's SSH flag. SSH private key, rather. So we run the get flag utility and successfully executed get flag on a target account. So we solved the level, great. Sys32 says, does it work in VMware? It should work with VMware, but you just need to, it might be a little bit trickier because, I mean, these are all ISO files, so it shouldn't be too difficult to download and run these files. Yeah, so these are ISO files. It's shouldn't be difficult. Okay. All right, let's get out of here and let's log into the next level. So we're logging into level 6. Okay, so what do we need to do in this level? So this is level 6. Then 19 levels, huh? Okay, the flag 06 account credentials came from a legacy Unix system. To this level, log into the level 06 account with the password level 06. So when they talk about legacy Unix system, I get the feeling that the flag 06 password is going to be in the password file, which is not something they've done in a really, really long time. Edwin Seb asks, do you have a Discord server? So I don't have a Discord server right now. We're planning on opening up a Discord server next month, but what we do have right now is a Reddit. So if you want to go to Reddit HackerFrogs, Reddit/r/HackerFrogs, you can interact with all the stuff over there. We mostly just publish the stream schedules over there. Okay, HexShadow says, I used to use Oracle, but shifted to VMware Workstation Pro because it became free for personal use. I tried VMware, but then I noticed that if you want to do more than one machine, you had to pay for it. So then I decided to use VirtualBox, and I've been using VirtualBox ever since. Okay, so I'm guessing that the password for the flag 06 account is in the password file. So let's see if my assumption is correct. So accept your password, and we're going to grep for flag 06. Yeah. So I'm not too sure if this is exactly their password, or if this is a password hash. So we could try logging in as that user. So switch user flag 06, paste in the password. Authentication failure. Okay, so I think let's try that one more time. So HexShadow says, you don't have to pay, it's free for personal use, you only have to pay if you use it commercially. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't always this way though. I think they changed it so that it was free for personal use, I think, was it like last year or 2 years ago? But it was relatively recent. Okay, so, I mean, if we got this password here, is this a password hash? Or is it base64 encoded? So echo out this thing, pipe it into base64 decode. So this is invalid. I wonder... what hashing method was used. Because, I mean, there are not too many hashing methods that result in only letters and numbers. This could also be Caesar ciphered. And if this is actually Caesar ciphered, it would probably look like a regular old word after, but I don't think this is the case. So I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure how to decipher this. It could also be double encrypted. Well, I mean, what else could we do? We could try using CyberChef. CyberChef is a great little tool that we can use for encryption, decryption stuff. And let's just throw some magic at it. and bake. Okay, well, how about in intensive mode? I don't see anything. Okay, so another thing we could do, or we could look for articles explaining how passwords are stored in legacy systems. True. I think I'm gonna try CrackStation real quick, because sometimes easy hashes can be cracked by CrackStation pretty easily. Unrecognizable hash format. Okay, so legacy Unix system password hashing. We could look through how do you provide the Unix password hash to legacy systems. Some legacy systems require the Unix password hash available via NIS. Okay, let's read some articles. It actually doesn't teach you. Test the attribute that is available on the Unix server by running the following command. ypcat? What the heck is ypcat? ypcat is not installed, but installed with these tools. Hold on. The output should show the hash after the username, for example, test something something. Okay, so let's skip all the blog articles and just ask the AI. So we have some password hash that was created on a legacy Unix system. How do we figure out its original value? Okay, let's see. Hex Azana, just joined, not too sure what's going on. Do you need to find out what type of hash it is? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what kind of hashes were used on legacy Unix systems. So the type of Unix system that actually put the password hashes in the password file. So the password file, we've got our user, we've got our password hash, and then we've got all the other values in here. For educational purposes, of course. Of course it's for educational purposes. Hello and welcome to the stream, Roberto Bellotti, thank you. Okay, so legacy Unix systems used several formats. 13 characters, starts with the salt, and 11 character hash. DES crypt. Okay, so we can actually give the hash, and maybe it can figure out what kind of scheme is being used, because we know that this is not actually the flag06 user's password hash. If we just try to become the user and we supply that password, it's an authentication failure here. Okay, so this is the password hash. Okay, so this is a DES crypt hash from a legacy Unix system. So 13 characters, UE is the first two characters, so the hash is this. Okay, so we can try decrypting this using John the Ripper. Okay, let's give it a go. Echo out the thing to... oh, wrong directory. Echo out the thing to hash dot flag06.hash. And then we can do John the Ripper. Let's see, I don't want to assume anything, I just joined. You might have also gotten your answer by using the tool hash ID. Let me check that out, because I do want to know more methods of identifying hashes. Frank Tejeda says, do you have any certifications like Sec Plus or CCNA? No, I don't have Sec Plus or CCNA. I do have EJPT, which is a very, very beginner level security pen testing cert, but none of the other certifications. I learned most of what I know by watching YouTube videos and reading blog articles. So hash identifier. Let's see. Is this the command here? Okay, so we'll put in the hash. Not found. Okay. Didn't work for that one. Hash ID. Hash ID? Let's see. Hash ID flag06.hash. Okay, so it was able to identify it as DES. DES for Unix, traditional DES, DES crypt. Cool. Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you very much for that suggestion. Azana, thank you. Sandy says, what blog do you read from learning? So I mean, by blog, I mean random searching around. Most of the time when I want to learn something, I usually go to YouTube. So I'll go to YouTube, I'll search for whatever, and I'll look for videos there. Sometimes I'll just look for like random GitHub repositories. Sometimes I'll ask the AI, but there's a lot of different options out there if you want to learn about something these days. Okay, so let's do John the Ripper. So John wordlist rocku.txt on flag06.hash. Flag06.hash. Wow, okay, we were able to crack it immediately. System32 Dreams, use DeepSeek, and then shocked face. I guess that makes me a communist. Because everybody who uses DeepSeek is a dirty commie. Anyways, we're not here to talk about politics. So the password is actually hello. That's great. That's great. All right, so let's go in. We'll become flag06. The password is hello. Yay! Okay, so run the get flag command, and we got the flag. Done. Edwin Seb says, do you think it's necessary to take a course for Sec Plus certification, or is it possible to pass the exam through self-learning? I think it's totally possible. It's totally possible to learn on your own. If you're learning about like some CompTIA cert, you should probably look for a video playlist from Professor Messer. So Professor Messer is where I learned about most of my tech stuff. And yeah, they've got a playlist for Security Plus here. Let me grab it. Security Plus training course. There you go. What if you guess that yourself? I mean, I'm not in the habit of just guessing random passwords unless I'm very, very desperate, because it's not a very good use of your time. But it is good to figure out how to do some password cracking. Okay, so we finished level 6. Alright, so we might go on for another... Well, we might go on for another 7 minutes or so. Let's take a look. Let's log into level 7. Azana, do you have a YouTube channel? That's a good question. If anybody here does YouTube, let us know, and maybe we can shout you out. Frank Tejeda says, I'm currently doing CCNA for Cisco. They want hands-on practicals. That's why I recommend CCNA. It literally teaches you everything in the OSI TCP/IP model. So I think, depending on the type of job you're doing and the type of the goals that you have as far as that goal, as far as that job is concerned, I think certifications are very useful. But whether or not you need to get a certification to do a certain thing, that's a bigger can of worms. Okay, so what are we doing in level 6? So the flag 06 account credentials come from my legacy Unix system. What do you mean again? Oh no, this was level 6. We should probably look at level 7. Yeah, this is level 7 we're on, not level 6. Okay, so to do this level, the flag 07 user was writing their very first Perl program that allowed them to ping hosts to see if they were reachable from the web server. Okay, so we're taking a look at Perl here. To do this level, login is level 07 account with the password level 07. Files in the system can be found in home flag 07. Okay. Yeah. System 32 Dreams is I just did Perl in university for a project. That's a pretty cool resource. Never heard of it. Very over the wire. Are we talking about? Yeah, this one over here. The eword.education. Yeah. I mean, the cool thing is that you can totally mess around with this environment, and you don't have to worry about bothering anybody else because it's a virtual machine on your own network. So, what do we think? So use CGI, QW param, ping param hosts. So we can probably inject somewhere in here. Oh, yeah, index.cgi is a Perl script, right? So we would run Perl index.cgi. Okay, so let's see. So this is just a ping command, right? So count 4, and we need to do a destination. Looks like command injection in the place of hosts. Probably. Let's see. System 32 Dreams. Anyone try to make a Ponagochi? I don't do hardware stuff, but if anybody in chat has experience with the Ponagochi, please let us know. Brielle, you're not cool. What? Hello, Brielle. Nice to see you here. And welcome to the stream. Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Yes, or the bad USB. I planned to. My wife was supposed to make me one for Christmas, but she forgot. Okay. So, what commands does the CGI script use? Oh, does it use this configuration file as well? I don't think it does. Okay, System 32. An hour and 30 minutes. Edward Stepp says, have you been in Pebble Stream? Seems like I've seen you there. Yeah, I stop by Pebble Stream all the time. So if you don't know about Pebble, Pebble is another content creator on Twitch and YouTube. Let me give him a shout out. There you go. Yeah, we don't have very much time left. Any plans to do pen testing against LLMs? Yeah, I think we've done a couple of fun exercises over at the Gandalf AI. So Gandalf.lacara.ai. This is a pretty well-known game where you have to use prompt injection to get passwords from the chatbot over here. So Sandy says, I don't have any cybersecurity background. Is it possible to hash a SHA-1 with John the Ripper? So I think you're asking about cracking a SHA-1 hash with John the Ripper. The answer is yes. And let me see if I can get you... I can probably get you some resources from like YouTube or something. But password cracking with John the Ripper. Let's see. John the Ripper. SHA-1 hash. Okay, so I can't believe there's a channel called the Pwn Hub. But, Okay, here's a slightly longer video. It looks like it should be better. Let me get the link. I'll share that with you. I like Hashcat to leverage my GPUs. Not sure if John can do that these days. Yeah, I mean, I don't do a lot of password cracking, and I don't do it very, very seriously. Most of the time, when I'm doing password cracking, it's on very, very easy password hashes. Caught me off guard. I only started using Twitter like 2 weeks ago. Jeez. Scott Sod says, do you ever mess with M5 Plus stick? M5 Plus? I've never heard of that. You mean Twitch? Maybe Twitch. So let's see. What are we looking for? M5 Plus. Okay, let me go ahead and search for this and see what comes up. Oh, it looks like some sort of hacking tool, right? Brielle says, is this hacking? If you have a 40 series GPU, good luck setting up Hashcat. Listen. We don't do any illegal hacking. Everything we're doing is just out of curiosity's sake. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to figure out... I can't believe CrackStation wasn't able to figure this out. It's a shame. Okay, so we're just trying to figure out how to get in the way of this Perl script. Actually, wait. It's a script, right? It's a script, we can just read it. So it just runs ping on the host. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Sandy. Thank you very much. You're now HackerFrog. Educational purposes, of course, of course. And have a Nyancat. Thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Okay, so we just run the script Perl on index.cgi, and we run it with the argument localhost. No? Host. So the host is... It should be the 0 argument, so I don't understand why it's not running. Check if host is set. If not, display host. If host is set, is this an environment variable? Maybe we need to set export host. It says 32. I thought you were doing security plus, and I learned it all in 1 week. Says 32 Dreams. You thought I was doing security plus? Because no, I'm not doing security plus. Okay. Huh. What the heck is this script? It doesn't get old. Okay. You're also streaming on... Yeah, I'm on YouTube and I'm on Twitch as well. Thank you. No worries. Alright, let's take a look. Check if host is set. If not, display normal page. Ping param host. Ping param host. Host parameters ping. Ping results. I'm just trying to get this to run normally. Okay, English to speak. I can understand your speech. Oh, thank you, thank you. I tried to... Okay, Shadow says, try Perl index ping. Oh. Wait. Perl index.cgi ping... Well, I don't know. What's my address? My address is this one right here. Let's see if we can ping our attacker machine. Okay. Let's see. Hex Shadow says include ping after index.cgi. Okay, it's here. You know, if it this is why examples are important when you're creating your scripts, because otherwise your poor users, they're not going to understand what the heck is going on. Okay. According to this Perl script, what command should be used to run the script normally if the name of the script is index.cgi? Here's the script. I think it's index.cgi 10.10.10.10. Well, let's give it a try. Index.cgi. This IP address right here. Okay, still not it. Okay, so based on the Perl CGI script, the normal way to run is through a web server. Through a web server, not directly on the command line. Normal usage via web server. The script should be placed into the web server's CGI directory, made executable, run by the web server, and accessed via HTTP. Why not the command line? Okay, so if you tried to run it directly, it would likely fail or behave unexpectedly because no host parameter would be available. I mean, yeah, I've never really used Perl myself either. So I think, so if it says we're supposed to access through the web, THTPD, actually wait, there's probably a local web server being hosted. So netstat, okay, so there's a number of different ports that are being used. Let's take a look at the configuration file. Okay, so the port is 7007. So curl localhost 7007. Curl is not installed. Curl is not installed. All right, let's try this from outside. What was the IP address again? No curl on that machine, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't. Anyways, what is? Actually, exit. This is the IP address. Let's see if it's only localhost or if it's accessible from the outside. Okay, that works. That works. So the parameter, what is the host equals? Okay, so host equals localhost. Localhost revolves to a file that is not world readable. Huh. 403 forbidden. So Nebula don't touch my curly hair. Yeah, curl. No curl here. Sudo it. I think this is probably going to be in the CGI bin directory. Let's see. What is the name of the file one more time? So index.cgi. Index.cgi. Oh, this works. This works. Okay. Okay. So sudo that's fine. I think we can work with this. So we got the script to work. So we can try getting OS command injection. So no OS, no OS command injection yet. What CTF is this? So this is the Nebula machine over at this website right here. It's called e.education. Here's the link. Okay, so we just need to figure out how to inject into whoops. Oh, why do I keep on doing this? I want to make this a hash symbol. Okay, so this doesn't... Assuming it's not filtering, try and. Malformed URL. URL rejected, malformed input to a URL function. Can we... Wait, maybe we should try URL encoding this. URL encode. Laugh and Sec, hello, nice to see you here. Yeah, having a good night. Been doing lots of hacking today. PHP Die, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome, welcome. Okay, let's encode this, and maybe we can get some OS command injection. Yes, we have OS command injection. Awesome. Okay, let's solve this level and then we can wrap up for tonight. So all we need to do now is we need to craft a payload to give us a reverse shell connection. Okay. So let's create our reverse shell listener with RL wrap on port 443. I'm pretty sure there's BusyBox on this system. So if we go over here, we get the command which BusyBox. %20. Okay, so we can use the BusyBox, the busiest of boxes. Yeah. Hack with K. Hello, nice to see you here, Hack with K. Hack with K, are you a security content creator? Because it sounds like you might be a security content creator with a name like Hack with K. Hello, nice to see you here. Hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
If you're not smacking your keyboard like it owes you money, then you're not doing it right. Yeah, okay. Hack with K, you want to plug your Twitch channel? You can if you like. Ken PDX says, I'm a security issue creator. Well, aren't we all? Aren't we all? Okay, so let's go ahead and create that payload. Let's see, revshells.com. We can just do the BusyBox. Yeah, Hack with K, you can drop links in the chat. It's not a problem. Okay, so what's my IP address? My IP address is this. We're just going to pop this in, and we're going to create a BusyBox netcat. So the BusyBox netcat command, we need to URL encode, so we're going to do that. Yeah, Hacking with K, are you on InfoSec streams? If you're not on there, you can apply to join. Okay, so we're just gonna URL encode this. Why is this so laggy? And then we can feed the payload over here. Okay. And when we give this command, we're using the index.cgi script, and we're OS command injecting into it a payload that gives us a reverse shell to our listener that's over here. And we've got shell access. Great, as the flag 7 user. So we run the get flag function, and that's successfully completes the level. Okay, the old account was K the Cyber Guy. K the Cyber Guy. Oh, Hack with K. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, if you you can definitely apply for membership in InfoSec streams. And I'm streaming right now, and Slyborg is streaming right now. And if you want to apply, where is it? Anyways, I'll just send you the website here. Hex Shadows asks, I may stream Try Hack Me tonight. Awesome, awesome. I often use stream. I need a consistent streamer in my life. Hey, I'm a consistent streamer, Azana. Anyways. When are you going to dive into Android pen testing? On Twitch, I don't see anybody doing that. My social skills are not that good, otherwise I would have done it. Didn't know that was a thing. Anyways, you make a pull request on the GitHub repo. Is that your site? It's not my site, it's somebody else's site. Tomorrow is my distributed system exam. Suggest me topics to study. Kieran, are you mistaking me for ChatGPT? What is the distributed system exam? Let us know. Gotta go, see ya. We'll return again. Thank you very much, Frank Tejada. Thank you very much. And let's go ahead and play you off with Keyboard Cat. All right, so we've gone a little bit over time, but I wonder if Slyborg is doing InfoSec stuff right now, because if she is, then we can raid into her channel. Oh, she is. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so if you want to continue on with InfoSec stuff, you can go ahead and join the raid over to Slyborg. How do you spell that name? PHP Die asks, what OS are you using? So we're currently using Kali Linux. But before we raid, let me just tell you about what we're going to be doing on Wednesday. So we stream 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. We're going to be doing a easy game over at Hack the Web on Wednesday. We're going to be doing lots more web app hacking with server-side template injection. We're going to be writing web apps, and we're going to be challenging new web app challenges. So that's going to be on Wednesday. Hope to see you there. Fast track for the win. Yeah. If you want to use some really old things. Okay, everybody, we're going to raid into Slyborg. When you arrive on the channel, if you could give this message right here. OS Frog, Hip Hop Hack, OS Frog, just like this. I would really appreciate it. Thank you very much, and we'll see you next time. But for now, let's raid into Slyborg's channel. Ready? 3, 2, 1, raid. Thank you very much for following Xmetrics. Thank you very much. Okay, everybody, it's been a lot of fun. See you next time, and yeah, we'll be streaming again